You're watching CBC North.
The following is a live presentation of CBC Sports.
It's not for a lack of trying. The Calgary Flames have hit a Chicago Blackhawks team whose entire weaponry is firing perfectly without ballistics. They've used their sizable muscle to both absorb and dish out punishment without banishment. And as Pierre Pagé knows, the Hawks have outscored his Flames 14-6, almost 5 goals a game. They've done it with depth and they've done it with discipline. The Blackhawks have 3 wins in 3 tries. But as a good Alberta boy like Brent Sutter can tell you, you're not allowed to boast about such things until you post 4. Is this the final time you'll hear that tune on Calgary sets with a vested interest, at least this year? The Canadian Airlines Saddle Dome in Calgary, the Flames host the Chicago Blackhawks in Game 4 of their quarterfinal series with the Hawks in command up 3-0. Welcome to the Broadcast Center in downtown Toronto. It's a wild night around the NHL. 4 games are already underway. The 5th of the evening as we welcome viewers in the West to Calgary, and Toronto features the Hawks and the Flames. And without further ado, rather than give you all the scores and stories, let's find out how many fans have arrived in Calgary and what, in fact, the Flames can do. Here's Ken Daniels and Jim Poplinski. Ken?
Well, they're certainly hoping for a better crowd tonight, Ron, and this is D-Day for Calgary, obviously, and so far, I guess, on this night, D stands for defense, discipline, and decisions, because Game 3, they were awful in all those areas, Jim.
Well, you're a tough guy to please, Ken, but you are absolutely right. Calgary's got lots of room for improvement, particularly when it comes to discipline. If you go through Chicago's lineup as an example and look at these 3 choir boys who look like choir boys, but who did not play like choir boys during the regular season. Look at the right side of your screen as their penalty minutes in this series come up. Absolutely not one penalty. Not only that, but they've been physical as well. It doesn't mean they've changed their game. They've just exhibited excellent discipline, and it's carried on right through the rest of the Blackhawks.
What about decision-making for Calgary?
Well, Calgary has made the wrong decisions many, many times. Even when they did a great job and came back to within 1 goal after being down 5, I thought there were many times where they were taking chances, and ultimately it ended up costing them when Daze and Murphy ended up getting a couple of more to put the Blackhawks ahead for good. So you got to be disciplined, you got to make the right decisions, you got to play with desperation. Let's see what happens over the next 3 hours.
Well, at least they did manage to score some goals. Last game, Rick Tabarachi, Ed Belfour, the goaltenders here tonight. Ron?
Thanks, Ken. How about those Hawks? Chelios leads them in scoring. Suter was second, and it's Eric Weinrich with a 4-point game the other day. So Calgary's got its work cut out against a Chicago team that's been on its best behavior. We'll get that report from a top student. Here's Tom Harrington.
Ron, if Chicago's famous film critics Siskel and Ebert were reviewing this series, there'd be 2 thumbs up for the Hawks, 2 thumbs down for the Flames. Calgary's performance can be tied directly to a change in role, going from straight shooters to villains, while Chicago has built their lead by playing against type, turning from bullies into gentlemen. It might not make sense to hockey fans, but in the most demanding role of his career, Chicago tough guy Bob Probert has turned tame. The hulking winger had 237 minutes and penalties during the regular season, but has been running a clinic in turning the other cheek during the playoffs. Probert has proven he and the Blackhawks are the lords of discipline this spring.
Well, I've just been, trying to play hockey and trying to be smart, and our whole team's trying to be disciplined throughout this series, and I think we've done a pretty good job of it so far.
Calgary's Sandy McCarthy has been the anti-hero as the Flames flirt with disaster. Penalties, bad ones, have been fatal to the Flames in all 3 games. This Sunday punch on Sunday led to 2 Hawk goals. But Calgary now knows the meaning of team discipline in the playoffs.
Well, it means you've taken a slash, a punch, anything that's against the rule. You got to take it, and I think we tried hard. We've been trying hard to do it, but it hasn't been working out for us. We're trying to get things going because we're kind of behind the 8 ball, and we want to have some life and some momentum, and everything we seem to try is backfiring on us.
The challenge for the Flames will be to play with emotion but control their temper, and that's a tough balancing act when the next loss means the curtain comes down on their season.
Tom, thanks very much. Around the NHL tonight, here's Shane Corson, part of a big night for Shane as he scored a pair to face the St. Louis Blues. They lead the Toronto Maple Leafs in the second period at the Kiel Center and lead the series, of course, there 2-1 at Winnipeg Arena. Detroit gets what it wanted, a goal early. 1:22 in, that's Vladimir Konstantinov from Larionov and Fedorov. That's all the scoring, though. 1-0. Detroit leads Winnipeg, and they lead that series by 1 as well. New York Rangers are up 4-1 after 40 minutes at the Molson Center in Montreal, having clawed back into the series, one in which visitors win every game. And Philadelphia now leads 3-1 against Tampa Bay. They're through 2 at the Thunderdome in Florida. Up next, it's Calgary, Chicago on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Brought to you by Molson Canadian. By Ford Motor Company of Canada Limited. And by Pepsi. Nothing else is a Pepsi.
Welcome back to Calgary. We are moments away from the opening face-off of Game 4 of the Western Conference quarterfinal between the Flames and the Hawks. Of course, Calgary staring elimination in the face. And on Sunday, they were almost in a position in the third period to win the game and cut the series lead to 2-1. And sometimes there are two schools of thought. Some people say that if you're in a close game and you're competitive and lose it, it hurts an awful lot. Calgary, of course, was down 5-0, then made it a 5-4 game before letting the Hawks get back 2 quick goals. But eventually, the Hawks went on to win that game by a score of 7-5, and it was a big lesson for the Hawks and defenseman Gary Suter.
They're not going to quit working. You know, if we fall asleep at all, they're going to come right at us, and that's what they did. So, you know, looking back, maybe that was good for us that they threw a scare into us. We got up by a bunch of goals, and we thought it was over. And they came storming back and had us on our heels, and we scored a couple goals late to win the game. But I think the lesson there was we can't let up for a second.
Well, the Calgary Flames will have to conjure up every bit of energy tonight to keep this series going back to Chicago. And one fact to remember, if the Flames go out, it'll be another playoff loss in the first round. They haven't won a playoff series since 1989, and they haven't been swept in a playoff series since 1988 when the Edmonton Oilers did it back then. So Calgary has a lot of work to do tonight. Rick Tabaracci gets the starting goal, a big decision for Coach Pierre Pagé to go with Tabaracci tonight in the biggest game of the season. So if Tabaracci can come through for the Flames, it'll be an important decision indeed for Pierre Pagé, who's been under pressure, especially since the officiating controversy. For the Chicago Blackhawks tonight, of course, Ed Belfour in goal. There was some doubt that Belfour would not be able to start because he's had some back spasms, but indeed, Eddie the Eagle will be in goal. So we get ready for Game 4 of this Western Conference quarterfinal, the Chicago Blackhawks and the Calgary Flames. And to bring you the action, we have Ken Daniels and Jim Poplitsky in the broadcast booth, guys.
All right, Tom, thank you. Well, Pierre Pagé has had this message on his board in his office. Yesterday is not a day of the week, neither is someday. Focus on today, do it now. This team has no choice but to do it game by game now, something they've been unable to do since mid-March. In goal for Chicago, Ed Belfour, bumped by Ron Stern in Game 2. Sheldon Kennedy Sunday with help from Eric Weinrich. As Tom mentioned, he's been bothered by back spasms, missed 22 games during the season with back sprain, but is okay tonight. So too is Rick Tabaracci, making his 17th career playoff appearance, third this series with 2 losses. The referee tonight, Mark Frissett, Ron Asseltine and Ray Scampanello are the linesmen, and Calgary Jim Poplitsky has shuffled their lineup a bit once again.
Well, what Pierre Pagé has tried to do is find 3 or 4 line combinations that were the most successful for the Flames during the regular season. He starts out with Cruz, Sullivan, and Stern. At different times, these guys were productive and strong defensively. There's a few more that we'll tell you about as this period unravels.
Corey Stillman a scratch for Calgary, as is Claude Lapointe, Kevin Dahl once again, and Pavel Turgayev. As we're underway, starting up front for Chicago, Tony Amonte along with Jeremy Roenick and Eric Dazak. Interesting tonight to watch Gaze against Ginla, the two former great World Junior players. Chelios gets it around back of the goal, and up they come, the Hawks through center. Keith Carney joining the rush with Amonte and Roenick, but offside at the Calgary blue line.
Well, the first 10 minutes of this hockey game were the most crucial for the Calgary Flames. If Chicago, Roenick and company can put a nail or two in the Flames' coffin, all of a sudden it makes it even more difficult to come back. Craig Hartsburg is focused on focus. Before Tom had a chance to talk with Bob Probert, he had his hat on that said focus. Lots of the Hawks wearing hats that just bring that back into focus. Focus and discipline. So similar story for both teams. The difference has been the Blackhawks have done a much better job executing than the Flames have.
Calgary needs intensity and confidence to start, not the running and gunning and defense, the key. Here's Cruz getting it ahead for Stern and a return feed. Cruz took that shot, but deflected by Chelios up into the seat, so another stoppage in play.
Well, Paul Cruz had a very, very strong year in the 94-95 season. Had a pretty good playoff against San Jose last year, although the Flames lost in 7. But this year has been a real disappointment statistically for him, and from a overall output point of view. He's a real good skater, has the opportunity to get on top of players and really punish them with solid body checks, but from a scoring perspective, he has not increased his confidence at all this year, and as a result, hasn't played near as much as the Flames would have hoped.
Has a little something in common with the man at center now for Calgary, Jerome McGinley, because Cruz was a member of the junior Kamloops team back in '90 and Memorial Cup champion. Here's Joe Murphy at center. 3 goals and 1 assist this series as Joe Murphy stops, gets it back into the slot, and that fanned on by Bernie Nichols. Raven went after the puck, so does Murphy. Back of the goal, Nichols, first man in after it, into the slot it comes, and Murphy fan on that one as the Flames fail to clear. This is Ginla up with Fleury and T-Top. Ginla gets that puck into the corner, Chelios out there, gain. Be out there when Fleury's out there for the most part. Here's Nichols at the line. Up with Craven, Nichols steps around, his check! And Tabaracci had to be quick. That change-up shot and a deflection, but Tabaracci hangs on.
Rick Tabaracci had kind of a strange shot coming at him. Watch Nichols at the blue line here as he picks up the puck. Make sure he gets the line before he makes the move. Lots of guys make that move on the other side of the blue line, and as a result, their forward that's attacking with them goes offside. Nichols gets the blue line by putting the puck over and then makes a move. And with a couple of strange bounces, Tabaracci had to be sharp to pick that one up. Now, Chicago has had great success when they've been up 3-0. These guys know how to put the final nail in a coffin. Of the 10 times they've been in this position in their history, they have never failed to win the 4th one in a row and sweep.
Once they have the brooms out, they complete the cleaning. Back to the point, Russell, his shot. Tabaracci stopped that. Here's Probert. Talked about his and a key for Chicago, just staying out of the box. Along with Coney and Cummins. Sandy McCarthy, who was in the box for that costly 4 minutes and 2 Chicago power play goals. Game 3 Sunday is out there now for Calgary.
I'm always amused how the big tough guys tend to speak so silently. I guess it's a bit of walk softly and carry a big stick. Listening to McCarthy and Probert talk to Tom a little bit earlier this evening, they were very, very subdued, but when they get on the ice, it's not always that way.
Penalty coming up as Suter interfered with Sandy McCarthy. Well, McCarthy makes his presence felt just by going in deep. Suter took him out of the play, and now Chicago's going to get a penalty.
Well, Sandy McCarthy continues to move his feet, and if you do that, every once in a while a guy will put his stick between the legs like Suter did. If you go down, you're leaving it up to the discretion of the referee to make the call. It's key, if you're Suter, to stop this guy so that he doesn't run over somebody, and if the penalty gets called at times, especially when your penalty killing is working as well as Chicago's is, you don't worry near as much about the hooking penalty that Suter just took.
Yep, Chicago's penalty killing so far perfect, 15 for 15, which means that Calgary is yet to score with the man advantage. They'll try to get the first goal here. We've played exactly 2 minutes. T-Top, Ginla, and Fleury up front. Chason and Zalapski. Here's Fleury, the shot. Balfour stopped that as Ginla ran into Carney in front. Ginla staying right in front of the net. Here's Chason and Ginla screening, and Chason just missed the lower Left-hand corner of the net as it came all the way out back into the Calgary zone.
I'm always fascinated by guys that know how to score goals. The puck just seems to follow Iginla around. Even though he's only 18 years old, he's in places where the puck comes to him, and he generates scoring chances as a result.
Here's Chris Chelios with some room to move it out. He'll get it up to Tony Amonte. Back for Chelios. Carney. Calgary changes Carney with lots of time. Cabaracci saw Roenick coming, fed it into the corner. Roenick first man on it. Roenick just escaped a hit. And now he'll send Calgary back one more time. Jocelyn Lemieux. Up front for the Flames. Along with Bob Sweeney, who's back in the lineup tonight, and Michael Nylander, and boy, do they need some production from number 92.
Sweeney, with over 100 playoff games to his credit, is the only Flame that has 3 digits when it comes to playoffs experience. If you look at the 2 lineups, Chicago has over 1,200 games of experience. The Flames are barely at 700, and that's including the 103 that Sweeney has.
And we've seen the experience matter this series and the discipline. Sweeney went by him. Here's Lemieux. Knocking one back of the net. Nylander couldn't come up with the puck. First man on it is Enrico Ciccone. He'll send it back down the ice. The time winding down in this Calgary power play, and the Flames failing to generate much of anything. Nylander turning. Accelerating through center. To the line, now goes in after it, but it's offside. Right at the Chicago blue line, as Nylander was dumped on the far boards.
Now, although this is a power play, talked about simplifying the game a lot. Chicago is not doing this sort of thing. Nylander has got great speed. Everyone now has had to stop at the blue line. So even if he makes a good pass here, unless he gets it back himself, 2 Chicago defensemen are simply going to clear that puck. And Chicago's doing such a good job at taking the Flames out of the play that they've got lots of time to get the puck and dump it out. What Calgary has got to do is get that piece of rubber deep and hope to back the Blackhawk defense off a little bit. When you got speed like this guy, you got a chance to do that, but get the puck deep early so the rest of your guys can be included.
Saw Gary Suter standing up as his penalty is about to expire. And now it does as Yarny backs up. Back of his own net, fired from Chicago in one for Stéphane Matteau. Here's Titov on the move right wing side. Getting it to the line, but no further. Patrick waits, and now he'll rifle it in. Puck comes around the near boards. Iginla moving in. At the line, Yanni unable to hold that puck in as it came out across the line. So an offside at the Chicago blue line. 15:39 to go in the first. The Hawks and Flames still scoreless.
Second period at the Winnipeg Arena. That jammed off to Olczyk. The shot stopped. Tkachuk, the backhand pass. Craig Janney sticks with it and sticks it in. Detroit and Winnipeg are tied at 1 in the second, Ken and Jim.
All right, Ron, and here we are still scoreless as Theoren Fleury bumped Carney at the Calgary line. Here's Titov from his skate to his stick. Fleury catching up. Titov shot deflected wide by Chelios. He already blocked 3 tonight. Here's Titov trying to get it in front of the net for Iginla. Puck comes around the boards and out down to the Calgary blue line. Hawks making a change on the fly. Tommy Albalin gets it across for Jamie Huscroft. He'll fire one in deep. Here's a good shot by Sullivan, and Belfour made the save as the net came off its moorings. But Eddie Belfour had to be quick on that shot from Sullivan.
Huscroft makes a real simple play, dumps the puck in. Sullivan with good speed turns the defense and generates a heck of a scoring chance. Belfour had to be sharp on it. Talked about one that didn't work like this. This is just off of a dump in. Belfour a little bit out of his net. Sullivan with good speed, and Chicago's defenseman Chelios not there quite in time, and all of a sudden a chance to put one on the board.
Well, we saw the 1-1 score. Detroit and Winnipeg. The Blues looking to take a 3-1 series lead on the Maple Leafs up at the Kiel Center. Philadelphia leading Tampa Bay 3-1 in the second. 28,000 in Tampa. The Rangers looking to get even in their series with Montreal up 4-1 in the third. Back of the goal. Sent around the boards by Russell. Now he'll go after that puck, chip it to the line, and out it comes.
There's an example of Calgary's forecheck. The right defenseman has got the license to go as deep as he wants because he's comfortable. The left winger and his left defenseman will be back, and it won't be worse than a 2-on-2 if he misses.
Here's Jeremy Roenick across the line. Stood up nicely by Ziley Zalapski. And then a hard hit put on there by Ronnie Stern as he knocked Tony Amonte flying. Eric Gazan back to the point to Suter. Out to Yanni, side of the goal, Amonte on it, moved it quickly. Tabaracci just as fast. Walt Zalapski gave it away. Roenick couldn't collect the puck, and Zalapski's there to cover for his mistake to center.
A great decision by Stern at the blue line. The puck was laying there. You talk about forget about the puck and take the man. Well, that's exactly what Stern did. And Amonte really paid for Stern's decision with a huge body check.
Here come the Flames again with some speed. Is Evason right wing, that shot. That didn't miss by much and carries all the way out to center, but a good chance for Sheldon Kennedy.
Now, isn't it neat how the momentum shifts after a big body check by Stern? Look at what Calgary's doing.
There's a good hit by McCarthy, who came up with the puck. There's Kennedy on it again, who was -3 last game, but did throw his weight around just like he's doing tonight. And Elbin with it. Big pass for Evason. Grabs hold of that puck to Kennedy. Here's McCarthy. 13:25 to go in a scoreless first period. Shots on goal, 3-2 favoring Chicago. Jim Cummins into the left wing corner it goes. There's James Black, who was a goal scorer and opened the scoring in Game 3 here on Sunday. McCarthy up to Jocelyn Lemieux. In some traffic, dropped one back for Bob Sweeney. He couldn't get anywhere, and Chelios quickly ahead to Bob Probert across the line. His shot stopped by Tabaracci. Touches Alberta's Jeff Chance on it. Gets it to Probert. He and Trent Yanni bump. Chance after it back of the goal. He's pushed off the puck, but persists on it. Sealing into the boards is Chase on it. Puck comes loose and out to center. Nylander going after it against Carney. Carney whacks at it. Nylander, though, steals the puck. And escapes a hit from Carney. Still loose in the corner. Lemieux is hit. Nylander turns with it. He's dumped in the corner, no foul. Down he goes again as Sutter got it to the line, but not out, held in by Huscroft, but then it's dumped up into the seats. 12:25 to go in a quick pace first. The Flames and Hawks still scoreless.
Well, when coaches say take the body, this is what they mean. Real solid check by Stern. Could have went in and fished for the puck. Didn't, took Amonte out, and you know what happened? Calgary went straight down the ice. Sometimes it looks simpler to dig the puck out, but the right thing to do is to take the body. Ron Stern knows that, and he did it on that play.
I think that David Letterman scowl on the far boards got him inspired. Face-off just inside the Chicago blue line, as Mark Bissett is over at the Calgary bench talking to Pierre Paget. 28,183 in Tampa. Largest crowd in NHL history. Previous largest was October 9th, 93, when 27,227 showed up.
In most buildings, they'll only allow one person per seat. You're going to be handing out tickets and hacksaws so you can cram them in to get that kind of number in a building.
I want to open up some curtains in that Thunderdome. You could probably get 40 in there.
You don't want to look behind the curtains in that place. No.
Here's Albalin with it. T-top. Zaginlo was bumped at center ice. He was hit by Eric Weinrich. That went off T-top skate. Fleury looking for it. He was dumped. Penalty coming up to Chicago. As Fleury was dumped on the play, Tabaracci heads for the bench. A sixth skater out there now for Calgary. So we'll see what they can do with this before heading to a power play. T-top on the right wing side to Patrick. He'll get it in deep to make sure they get that face-off in there as Brent Sutter goes in to play the puck. And Fawcett will now make the hooking call as Fleury was dumped.
Well, Calgary continuing to skate pretty well in this opening 8 minutes and 10 seconds of the first period. Fleury was crossing the blue line. Sutter hauled him down. Now Fleury has been in the face of a number of Hawks throughout this series, and he's continually tried to get Probert going, a little bit like the mosquito on the rear end of the elephant. Talked about discipline. Probert doesn't even bother with him now, just skates away. Fleury gets the line here. Sutter trying to slow him down a little bit. Not a bad play, perhaps held on to 14 a little too long. And as soon as he went to the ice, Fawcett's arm went up. Lots of Sutters in the building tonight. I believe that Brent is here. I talked to Daryl this morning, and Richie Sutter was also up from Lethbridge. So 4 of the 6 wandering around someplace in the Saddle Dome this evening.
Brent Ron still playing, of course. Ron back with Boston. Into the slot for Fleury. His shot went high over top of the net. Here's Elvelin with it. Off the boards it goes to Nylander. To the line and tipped by Jeremy Roenick past Elvelin down the ice.
If Fleury ever get a shot away quickly and from all kinds of unnatural positions, that pass came out to him and he was halfway turned the wrong way and still managed to get great aluminum on the puck and just missed the net.
Fleury with 19 shots coming into play tonight to lead all players in this series. To the point, Elvelin shot right on. No traffic in front of Belfour till after the whistle went. Now Fleury gets his stick up. Chelios right there for Chicago with 1:26 left in this Calgary power play. Their second opportunity of the night.
Now Chelios plays like such a big guy, but he's barely over 6 feet and about 185 pounds. He is not cut body-wise the same way a guy like Gary Suter is, but he uses his body so well. Look at him keep Titov out of the way. Titov is a good 200 pounds. Chelios with position and good leg strength and balance doesn't get budged. And even when Fleury comes in, it's 2-on-1, and this guy keeps you to the outside. Regardless of size, he finds a way to compete, not unlike 14 White.
I think they would have liked Pierre Pagé would have a little more traffic in front of Ed Belfour. Chris Chelios with just 140 penalty minutes this season, fewest in 5 years minus the lockout year, so he's not taking the dumb penalties anymore. Carney around the boards. Zalapsky tried to get in there in front of Amonte. He couldn't, and Chason will have it. Roenick up on the forecheck and then bumps his man. Boy, the Hawks killing a penalty don't give you any chances out there on the ice anywhere.
Good point, Ken. They're so aggressive. They simply say by their play, if you can beat us, you can have the shot, but if you can't beat us, we might generate a goal, and at the very least, we're going to get it down the ice, just like Bernie Nichols did.
Calgary making a change on the fly. Well, under a minute to go now in this power play. 10:40 left in the first period. No scores, Chicago and Calgary. Dangerous pass by Zalapsky, but it'll work to Fleury. Here's Zalapsky, right wing side, his shot in the game. Belfour with no one in front makes the easy save as Fleury's roughed up by Suter just as the whistle goes.
Stern having a conversation with Belfour in front of the net, and Fleury was having a bit of a talking to by Suter and Bernie Nichols. I'm not sure what was going on with Cruz and Belfour, but went on for a few seconds. Fleury doing his best to get through to the net. Zalapsky gets a bit of a shot off, and like a good goal scorer, Fleury finds a way in. And as I said, a couple of guys on him, and there's three red shirts, one white. Cruz trying to get Belfour dragged into something. Not sure if he was saying what Paul Newman said in Slapshot to the opposing goalie or not, but seemed to get a reaction.
I would hope not. Seen that movie about 10 times. Time winding down as you see on this power play. Here's Cruz right in, then lost control, and Craven's there to send it down the ice. Paul Cruz just found things parting for him. Stern way up at the Chicago blue line, the stretch man on this power play as it comes to Iginla. One-on-one against Kearney. Iginla punches that puck into the corner, back for Patrick. His shot hits the net. Comes to Elvelin, one-time shot. Oh, and that went off. A Flames player in front. Off of Stern. And he's hurt. He got hit right up in the eye, just underneath the right eye, as that puck took a weird bounce and almost went in the net.
It was deflected right up, Ken. Bearcat Murray got out there in a hurry, as he always does. Here's a look at what happened. One deflection off the goalie, straight up in the cheek of Ron Stern. Looks like it may have hit him flat. Didn't see any blood. Hopefully that's the case.
Only breaks have gone. It didn't go in for Calgary. Now let's go to Ron McLean.
Okay, Ken and Jim, just a couple of highlights to bring you up to speed. They're through 2 at St. Louis, and in the dying seconds, as you can see, it's Brett Hull. Nothing Felix Potvin can do. That's another shorthanded goal for St. Louis, unassisted for Hull. Make it 3-0. The Blues lead the Leafs after 2 at the Kiel Center. And one other highlight to show you, 2 quick goals by Detroit. Here's the second of those. Slava Kozlov followed Igor Larionov. Now 3-1. Detroit leads Winnipeg in the second period there.
Well, 2 shorthanded goals for the Blues tonight as they lead the Maple Leafs. Carthy ran into Suter as it shot into the Flame zone, but icing negated. Some good hustle there by Brent Sutter. Sutter turning, that shot went off an ankle into the corner. Here's Suter getting one toward the goal, blocked by Sandy McCarthy. McCarthy bumped by Shantz, but able to stay on his feet. He feeds a quick left wing pass ahead for Sheldon Kennedy. He knocks it into the corner, but Weinrich, who had a goal and 3 assists, a big scorer in Game 3, gets it around the boards and with some help out the center.
I've got to tell you, Ken, Sandy McCarthy's doing a good job in fighting his way through and making contact. Not easy for a big guy. McCarthy's done it a half a dozen times so far this
And a nice move here right in on the right wing side by McCarthy. Back of the net trying to tie it up, and I know he felt just horribly after Game 3 taking that double minor on Chelios, which cost them dearly. Belfour looked like he was hurt. He stayed down on the ice so long there. Evison hacking at Colbert as Brent Sutter will just flip a backhand in, a signal for the Hawks to change.
There's a great disciplined play by Sutter. Has no place to go, lays it out easy.
Here's Zalapski right through the crease. Nylander on the puck. Into the corner, Zalapski seals Chelios. Here's Sweeney in front. Belfour down makes the save. Puck is loose and able to clear. But a hit put on Chelios. And the Hawks cough up that puck. Ciccone decided rather than put on the helmet, he doesn't have a glove nor a helmet. Ciccone doesn't know where he is. Sweeney shot, that was stopped. Sweeney again, puck popped over his stick. Zalapski on it. Ciccone almost undressed out there. Went back and got his glove, but wasn't sure what to do. Great pressure by the Flames. And now a whistle goes as it's offside. 8 minutes to go, first period. Hawks and Flames scores.
Well, Ciccone had a ton of work here, as you mentioned, Ken, without too much equipment. Had lost his helmet here. Sweeney doing a great job. This is exactly what Sweeney's got to do. Lots of playoff experience, knows where to position himself, can also score goals. Lemieux as well, dishing out a couple of good solid body checks. And as Ciccone starts to get dressed. Now watch this play here, small little deal, but Lemieux bumps Belfour, and he's looking for a reaction from Chelios. There's what you call team support by the Blackhawks. How many Flames do you see in this? There's 5 Blackhawks there, including Belfour, and 1 Flame all by himself. Got to get in there, guys, and make the Hawks understand what happens when you pick on one of their own.
And Jamie Huscroft winds up with the 2-minute penalty here. He gets the roughing call out of this, so Chicago goes on its first power play. The Flames have failed to score in their 2 opportunities. Here's Suter rifling one in. And Chicago's power play 4 for 18 so far in this series. Here's Chelios. Gets it in. Craven. Lots of time. Goes to Suter instead. His shot. Tabaracci. Deflected that one down. Fleury with it. He'll head to the bench as he flips one down to Belfour, who will waste little time getting it ahead for Chelios.
Notice how quickly the Hawks make passes. Heck, even Belfour gets the puck and he's moving the puck up the ice as quick as any of his teammates.
Here's Nichols, though. He moved it, but popped it up. Here's T-Top. Getting it to Evison. His shot off a skate into the corner. T-Top against Suter. But it's Roenick who will skate it out. Right wing side, Roenick. Back of the goal, far side, Nichols with it. Nichols tied up by Patrick, but gets it through. Murphy couldn't get a shot. And turning with it is Theron Fleury. He'll kill off some time. Sees 45 seconds left. As they flip it down the ice, Chelios. Back of the goal for Suter.
Fleury with a heady play, flipped a high one. You never know if somebody bobbles it. Sullivan was on his way in.
Here's Roenick left wing side, working free from Evison. Got that puck in front, deflected. T-top to the line and by Chelios and out. Eric Dazek just wraps one in. Daze with 11 shots, second on the Hawks in this series, and 3 goals and 1 assist. Roenick leaving it for Amante. Left wing side, Daze goes to the slot. Here's Roenick turning with it. Penalty to Huscroft, about to expire now. It does, and just wide and through the skates of Amante. Knocked to the ice was Carney by T-Top. Back of the goal, Tony Amante coming out into the slot with some room. Amante couldn't shoot the puck. Evison still on it. Feeding it off for Daze in front, and Amante just missed on the far side. Huscroft, the man who stepped out of the box, will carry to center as the Flames change and send one in deep.
What a great job by Amante. Kept skating, found a way to roll off his check. The puck came to him. He had a great scoring chance in front of Tabarachi.
Saddledome crowd giving their team lots of encouragement for killing off that first Hawks power play opportunity. Tabarachi leaving it there as Yanni got it around the boards and out. Enrico Ciccone with full equipment now sets up back of Ed Belfour.
You've got a fine memory, Ken.
Off the boards to center, it came back in and onside as Jocelyn Lemieux took a hit. Cummins and Lemieux have words. And Ciccone got it ahead to James Black. Tabarachi around the boards. Chiasson tells him send it deep, and he does. And that pass to Lemieux was tipped ahead and out of his reach by Sweeney. And then it went off of Sweeney into the seats. 4:44 to go in a scoreless first.
Lesson from Amante here, Ken. There's always a tendency to stop skating, whether you're a good skater or a poor skater. Amante continues to skate, and this scoring opportunity came as a result. These two guys aren't really this close together, but sometimes it looks this way.
Shots on goal favoring the Flames 7-5. Mentioned Amante skating, perhaps the fastest Blackhawk. There's Tony Amante going full tilt. Evison and McCarthy along with Sheldon Kennedy up front for Chicago. For Calgary, rather, as it's sent into the corner. Kennedy laid a hit on Carney back of the net. And Sandy McCarthy will give chase into his own zone. Probert looking to cut off his path and came up with the puck. Sutter into the slot. And that was knocked down as Chance couldn't get a shot away. Here comes McCarthy. Took a bump from Weinrich, got that puck deep. Sheldon Kennedy on the move. Avoided Belfour smartly. As that was knocked down, and the faceoff will come outside the Chicago blue line, but some good work by that Calgary forward line.
Well, Iginla's mom managed to make it into this game. She apparently has never missed one of his big games, and the other one was such a surprise. She can't get the smile off of her face.
She was at work watching the game, phoning everyone she could when she found out her son was going to be in the lineup Sunday afternoon. And Iginla didn't look out of place at all in his first National Hockey League game, just 18 years old. Be a physical player in the corners. At the Calgary line, stolen by Murphy. Tabarachi stopped it, then he mixed it up with Murphy. No call on the play. Here's Titoff, left wing side. Belfour way out to cut down the angle. Titoff again, backhand shot. Belfour down, he stopped that with his right pad. And Chelios will just clear the zone.
Some solid goaltending at both ends of the rink. After the goaltender split on your screen, they both did splits.
Murphy with it. Murphy shooting, and that deflected high and over top of the net and all the way down the ice. Belfour coming out to play. Seems like the Flames play with a bit more confidence with Rick Tabarachi in there.
Boy, tell me that that's not a great play by Belfour. Moving the puck up so quickly, it's like having an additional defenseman out there.
Nice play by Ronnie Stern. He's knocked down to the ice by the captain, Chris Chelios. Cruz got it near the net, but Barry Suter will turn. He'll head it up ice to Eric Daze. Daze has no one with him. Now he'll turn back. Roenick bumped into Stern at center and went down. And then Patrick bumped into Daze. Some good hitting here first period. Some great chances at both ends too. We're still scoreless with 2:32 left in it. Suter just missed a hard check from Stern, who's obviously okay after being cut. Here's Sullivan. Teed up the shot, but it was rolling on him, and he couldn't get it away as the Hawks clear. Daze got it ahead to Weinrich. Huskroft will just slap one back down. No icing, as Belfour will come out and play it ahead.
This is the best period of hockey that we've had in this series, certainly from the Flames' perspective. I had expected the first 3 games to be much more close checking, just as this has been.
That's going to be a hit from behind on Bob Probert, as Nylander was creamed. Probert's going off for boarding. Flames power play coming up.
Well, Rick Tabarachi had to make a big save here. Watch Murphy. He tries to drag Tabarachi into the net with his feet. Right here, it just keeps the feet going. And that's why Tabarachi gets so upset. And this is a look at the penalty. Probert simply out-muscles Michael Nylander. Now, Nylander went into the boards heavy, but I'm not sure that I'd be giving Probert a penalty for that. That's simply one guy getting better position and being stronger than the other.
Well, he was called for boarding. That's the penalty, and as we mentioned off the top tonight, Probert's first minor of this series here in game number 4. Chason to Zalapski. His shot on the net. Chopping it off the back in front. Knocked ahead by Sutter. Zalapski. Here's Chason left wing side. Chason into the slot for Fleury. And it's cleared out and down the ice.
Well, these Blackhawk penalty killers, they make you be good or they make you go down to your end of the rink. Chance all over Zalapski. If Zalapski's pass over to Fleury connects, Chance is in trouble, but it doesn't. And the Blackhawks accomplish what they set out to do, and that's kill 25 seconds off this penalty.
Not what Calgary wanted to do was ice the puck, that's for certain. Well, the New York Rangers have evened up their series with the Montreal Canadiens, winning at the Molson Center 4-3. And since '83, the Rangers had won just one game in Montreal. And they come out with 2 big ones in this playoff series. All even heading back to Madison Square in Detroit. And we go up by another game on the Winnipeg Jets with a 3-1 lead in the second. And the Blues with a commanding advantage with John Casey in goal, leading the Maple Leafs at the Kiel Center. 1:33 left in this Flames power play. Roenick taking the puck away from Chason, who makes sure Roenick can't go anywhere. And here's Fleury to Zalapski. Titov up there. Zalapski firing one in deep. Carney got it ahead, and it goes up into the seats, but not a deep shoot-in by any means. Almost gave Chicago a turnover possession.
Get it deep. I don't know how many times you have to say that. It sounds so simple to stand outside a lot of these games and give advice, as I'm sure Pierre Pagé is feeling. But in the heat of the moment, sometimes those thoughts disappear on him.
Well, Pierre Pagé, he held a video session with his club yesterday. Craig Hartsburg certainly on Sunday knew his team relaxed, and that's why I had the feeling they would come out tonight and certainly not want any defensive lapses, because Craig said, hey, we fell asleep in the third period. Give Calgary credit, but we just had a big lead and fell asleep.
Well, Gary Suter made the same point, and the difference, I think, is with the experience the Hawks have, they tend to learn from some of these lessons and don't need them quite as often as other teams.
Into the slot, the shot, rebound, and sent right through the crease as Nylander missed. Albelin got the shot, Nylander at the empty net, but couldn't convert. Fleury knocked it away from Roenick. Back into the slot for Fleury. To Albelin. Albelin with some room, shooting, Belfour save, rebound, and Titov. Fleury couldn't shoot. Here's Patrick, he does, and that missed the far corner. Comes back to Albelin. Now to Patrick to Albelin. Screen set up in front, shot deflected high over top of Belfour. Nylander on it, Roenick gets there, but not out. Good job by Patrick to hold it in. Titov with it, to Fleury. Looks behind him, gives to Albelin. Flames head for the front of the net. Fleury all alone, and Roenick almost picked it off. He'll have some time now to send it back to the goal to Chelios. He'll take a look, but not out. Gave it up. Albelin shoots. Nylander all alone. Titov looks for it. Carney put his hand on the puck. Fawcett said no, he didn't close it. Here's Patrick. Fake the shot. Too tough to handle for Titov. Time winding down. Into Belfour, and he'll hang on with 2.5 seconds left. And Flames fans, perhaps rightfully so, wanted another penalty. I think Carney closed his hand on that puck.
I think Carney might have been playing shuffleboard. Kenny had one hanger on and had to lay it in there tight. I don't know that he closed his hand on the puck. Looked like he had it smothered on the ice and was trying to figure out what to do with it. Some great pressure here by the Flames, all alone in front. Nylander's willing to take some punishment. Titov is in the way, and
wow,
see Carney.
He could have squeezed that.
With the paw on top of the puck, no question. But does he close his hand? I don't know that he wraps it around. There it is. He's looking for what he wants to do, and then he fires it out.
Well, I don't know how much more closed it can get.
If you pick it up, it can get more closed.
Maybe, I suppose. But Mark Fawcett was right there. Now, of course, nowhere near the crease, so we're not even talking penalty shot here. But
well, I'm not sure how much you have to hold it, whether the referee has complete discretion on that or not. I'll have to go to my favorite book. It's the old rule book, Ken. I'll pull that out and let you know a little later.
Now Keith Carney, who's played very well for Chicago.
I tell you, regardless of whether that's a penalty or not, Carney made the right play on it. Got rid of the puck, didn't get a penalty called, got his team some relief.
Well, they'll just drop this puck in. As the first period comes to a close, shots on goal, 12-5, favoring Calgary, and certainly their best period of these playoffs so far. Right now, let's go to Ron McLean.
Thanks, Ken. We'll be sending you to Winnipeg shortly, but somewhere warmer first. Philadelphia and Tampa Bay. Here's a highlight. John LeClair. Is he back in a big way? His second goal of the game, that made it 4-1 Philadelphia with about 8 minutes to play at the Thunderdome.
Flames wanted a good first period. They wanted intensity. They got some. Chicago and Calgary scoreless after 1.
Scoreless at the Canadian Airlines Saddledome in Calgary, 0-0 Chicago and Calgary. The Rangers won 4-3. The Blues lead 3-0 against Toronto. We're all across Canada and right now hopscotching across Saskatchewan to the Winnipeg Arena. Here's Don Whitman and Brian.
And at this time, we say hello to viewers who have been watching the action between Calgary and Chicago here at the Winnipeg Arena. The Red Wings with 2 power play goals in this second period by Kozlov and Larionov after Craig Janney had tied it. Lead by a score of 3-1. They are playing 4 against 4 at the moment, with Mike Stapleton serving a double minor and Nicholas Lidstrom in for 2.
You know, there's been an awful lot of 4-on-4 hockey in tonight's game. End result being an awful lot of skating room for the Red Wings. They have looked like a well-oiled machine.
Here's Yzerman with some skating room. He drives to the net. The puck is loose in the scramble. And it's held out by Habby Bullen once again. Well, Steve Yzerman came close to making it a 4-1 hockey game.
You know, it hasn't been an uncommon sight in tonight's game to see the red jersey streaking down the wings and cutting in all alone. Habby Bullen has been sharp again in this hockey game, but it seems like that speed of the Red Wings has allowed them to get outside of that Winnipeg defense.
Here's a chance for Yzerman, and he was checked by Tverdovsky. Habby Bullen was down, and the rookie defenseman saved a goal.
Tverdovsky has the kind of speed that he can recover and get back, but Detroit's forwards have had just too much time.
Here's Tkachuk circling behind the net. He lost his balance as he was driving in hard and had problems controlling the puck. But it was a nice give and go with Janney and Tkachuk. Now Tkachuk will redirect it down into Red Wing territory as the Jets make a change. In 14 seconds, the Red Wings will have the power play. Paul Coffey has Kozlov with him. Coffey decides to carry on. He's spun around by Manson, and there's going to be a Winnipeg penalty. And Manson is really upset. He started to say something to Gregson, and the fans again are throwing debris onto the playing surface.
Well, there's no excuse for anybody throwing anything onto the playing surface. I mean, Dave Manson reaches out and grabs Paul Coffey. Watch what Manson does with the left arm. I mean, that's a pretty obvious call, I believe, for Gregson. Anytime you see those defensemen reaching, they leave themselves in a pretty vulnerable position. Here's what I'm talking about in terms of time in the offensive zone for the Red Wings. Jets a little bit fortunate there. Another missed assignment by Winnipeg gives Yzerman the puck right in front of their own net. But it's been the penalties that have really stalled any momentum that Winnipeg was able to muster when they tied this game at 1 apiece early in the period. Let's take another look at that penalty. Again, it's that speed of Coffey that makes him so dangerous. There's no question that he reaches with that left arm and makes contact. Did he grab him or did he shove him? Manson's claiming that he just shoved him.
But it was a tripping call that was assessed by Gregson against Manson.
Well, that's a little tough to figure out, whether or not he tripped him. You know, it's a tough road to hoe for the Winnipeg defense because all night long Detroit has been attacking with incredible speed. And with that kind of speed, you're going to get beat to the outside.
Don Whitman and Brian Hayward keeping us apprised of the action at Winnipeg Arena. We'll continue to check in there and at the Kiel Center in St. Louis, where action's still underway. It's 0-0 Chicago-Calgary on Molson Hockey Night in Canada and the Stanley Cup playoffs in CBC.
Stanley Cup engravings, brought to you by Ford Motor Company of Canada Limited, proud sponsors of the Hockey Hall of Fame and makers of the 1997 F-150, built for today's driving needs.
Tonight, a rookie coach brings the cup back to Montreal. Jean Perron made it look easy in his first year in the NHL. In 1986, Perron led his Montreal troops into the postseason as heavy underdogs. The Canadiens made it all the way to the finals with the help of some timely overtime goals. And the spectacular goaltending of another rookie, Patrick Roy. Montreal defeated Calgary to win their first Stanley Cup in 7 years, and Perron became the first coach to win the Stanley Cup in his first season since Al McNeil struck this pose in '71.
Stanley Cup engravings, brought to you by Ford Motor Company of Canada Limited, proud sponsors of the Hockey Hall of Fame and makers of the 1997 F-150, built for today's driving needs.
Back between periods in Calgary at the Broadcast Center in Toronto. Just enough time to bring you up to date on scores around the NHL tonight. The New York Rangers have squared the series with Montreal. All victories at 1 goal, all on the road. Philadelphia Flyers leading late in Tampa Bay. They'll tie that series 2 games apiece, bound for the Core State Spectrum in Philadelphia. In fact, they can tell you it's over, but there is a scramble. They're a little pushing and shoving. That's that, though. Philadelphia evens the series with a 3-goal victory. St. Louis, as we showed you, now leading 4-0 against the Toronto Maple Leafs in the third period. And Detroit with a comfortable lead at the Winnipeg Arena, 4-1. Tomorrow evening, we will have a game for you. Florida and Boston nationwide. That's at 7:30 Eastern from the Fleet Center in Massachusetts. Now, here's Tom Harrington and Jerome McGinley.
We talked about movies off the top. How about Jerome's excellent adventure? Jerome, your thoughts, first of all, on the first period?
Well, I thought we played a good first period. I thought we were on them. We came out pretty hard, and we finished our checks, and we had a few chances to score.
Tell me about the last 48 hours or so in your life. What's it been like?
Oh, it's been a lot of fun. You know, it's been a dream come true to you know, get to play in the NHL and then to get to play a game in the playoffs. You know, it's really exciting, and I couldn't ask for much more.
You're 18 years old. You're so cool. What was it like out there on Sunday with Thurin Fleury on one side, or you bouncing off the wall?
Oh yeah, I was bouncing off the wall. I still am. You know, it's pretty good out there, being, you know, just skating out there, let alone beside Fleury and Titov. Great players. I couldn't have dreamed it. You know, hopefully I can just go out there and try and just help them out.
Thanks and good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Well, he hasn't had much sleep the past couple of days. The Flames don't look tired tonight. They're scoreless with Chicago after 20 minutes of play.
This portion of Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC is brought to you by Ford Motor Company of Canada Limited and by Pepsi. Nothing else is a Pepsi.
We are scoreless at the Saddledome in Calgary, moments away from the second period of Game 4. And with me, Vladislav Tretiak, the goaltending coach of the Chicago Blackhawks. First of all, Vladislav, an assessment of the first period.
First period, Ed Belfour played very well because free penalty kill, he played unbelievable last time. Yeah.
Compare the styles between Rick Tabaracci and Ed Belfour for me.
Ed Belfour, Hackett, and Baracci follow my style, butterfly style. They play good goalies.
Got to ask you a question about Viktor Tikhonov. He was fired by Central Red Army. What are your thoughts about that decision?
For me, no big surprise because Tikhonov head coach Red Army national too long time. Many hockey players would like change coaches.
What was your relationship like with him?
I played with Tikhonov many years. He good coach. Sometimes too tough man.
Spasiba.
Spasiba. Thank you very much.
Ken, back to you.
Yeah, Tom, the older players who played in Russia did not like him. There's a feeling that some of the younger guard in Russia may still like Tikhonov, and he says, hey, I'll be back. Even though he was fired, he's not gone yet, or so he thinks, as we have some Hawk supporters. The Saddledome. Well, in that first period, the goaltenders stood up to all the shots they faced, Tabaracci and Belfour. Calgary outshot Chicago 12-5. Tommy Elbelin had 4 of those shots. Cameron Titov with 2. And no Blackhawk had more than 1 of the 5 on Rick Tabaracci, who is in the goal to our left. Ed Belfour, the goal to our right. As Mike Sullivan comes in, and Belfour quick with that left hand to make the save. Vladislav Tretiak will like that.
Well, Mike Sullivan's got great speed. Pretty good shot as well. And right from the draw, look how he maintains his position and gives Chiasson an out. Roenick goes a little bit further than he should, and all of a sudden, Sullivan's got a good chance, doesn't waste it by trying to get some moves in there, gets a good shot away, hopes for a rebound, and at the very least now, he's got a face-off in the offensive zone.
How much of a huge boost is this for Calgary to get through that first scoreless?
Well, without question, that's the best period that Calgary's played so far.
Back to the point, shot deflected by Belfour to the corner. Jeremy Roenick will pick it up and get it out to center. Chiasson couldn't move that puck in deep. Taken by Roenick. Amante on the left wing side. He's sealed into the boards by Zalapski. Here's Roenick, circles in front of the goal. That went off the skate, and away comes Calgary. Cruz gets it through. Zalapski in front of the net. Just too far for Stern to catch up to. That quick pass for Amante, too far for him as he heads to the bench. Brent Yanni back. He's from Hudson Bay in his 8th NHL season. Got it to center. Fleury laid on the body. He went down as he tried to hit Joe Murphy. Yanni around the boards, gets it to German Titov up toward Jerome McGinley. He's canceled at center ice by a Murphy check. James Patrick, a Winnipeg native, around the boards, then gets it back. Theron Fleury with an opening now. He went cross ice, knocked down by Nichols, but was knocked down with a high stick. So the faceoff will come up in center ice area.
A bit of a dangerous pass by Fleury. If Chicago picks this pop off, Fleury is deep in the corner and his defensemen are out of play as well. Got to be careful. Anytime you're out of position defensively and you make a cross ice pass, you get a guy like Roenick picking it up. And you got a problem. Roenick getting a little bit of smelling salts on the bench. Must have got rattled a tad. You ever smelled those things, Ken?
No, I haven't.
Oh boy, they are just great.
They're great, huh?
Oh, they snap your
Wake you right up.
Right now.
You don't use them on a daily basis, do you? You get up in the morning?
Not unless I have to.
Here's Murphy. Back to the point to Chelios. His shot. Tabaracci save. Rebound. Fleury overskated the puck. Turnover in front, and that shot by Murphy was stopped by Tabaracci. Here's Fleury, right wing side. Fleury got the shot away. Belfour saving. Chelios grabs the rebound, and then he's hit. As Iginla stepped into him. Elbelin the shot. Just went over top of the net. Elbelin had 4 first period, but missed on that one. Iginla nailed to the ice. Then Fleury hit by Chelios. Iginla grabs that loose puck. Taken out of the play by Carney, but Iginla scoots loose. Looks in front, just knocked away, and Carney moves it ahead. Nichols with it. Drops it back, but Murphy brought it in across the line and offside at the Calgary blue line. 14-7 now, the shots favoring the Flames as we look at Jerome Iginla.
Well, Iginla doing a good job behind the net. Now Calgary's got to be careful here because in their interest to be aggressive, they got Iginla, Fleury, and Titov all behind the goal line. Look at the 3 of them back there now. If the puck pops out, there's nobody there to score. And just as importantly, if the puck does pop out, you're going to have at least a 3-on-2 by Chicago. So you want to be aggressive, but you also got to be strong defensively as well. Important to have a third guy high or left winger back, which is, I think, what Tajay wants.
Sheldon Kennedy will take this draw once Nevison was knocked out. McCarthy up there too. He's watching Probert. Now Probert goes in on the rush. He laid the body on Chiasson. Up the board, Brent Sutter, one of 10 National Hockey Leaguers this season to play in their 1,000th career game. Sheldon Kennedy, he bumped with Cam Russell, who kept the puck in. Russell leaves it back to the net for Probert. He fights off Zalapski and centers into the slot, but McCarthy there patiently gets it out to center. Just out of Evanson's reach. Probert up with Shantz and Sutter. Into the slot for Shantz to Probert. One-time shot and a nice save made by Tabaracci. The Hawks working around smoothly. Here's Sutter. Watched by Evason. Then it goes to Sheldon Kennedy into the slot for Zalapski. He looks for an open man and will spot Chiasson. He'll just get it back into the Hawk zone, and Belfour will stop it as the Flames change. Quickly, Chicago will outlet. Gary Suter on to a streaking Denny Savard. The 35-year-old gets the shot away. Back of the net. Tabaracci will move it ahead. Suter moves up on the play. He bumped into McCarthy as he went down. McCarthy lost his glove and stick. No call as he goes to retrieve it. Savard on the move across the line. Puck didn't come to him. And now a break for the Flames. But Lemieux couldn't get the puck in deep. Savard turns it back. A nice feed in for Black. Shooting, and that missed the far post on Tabaracci. As the puck came out to center, the Flames calling for too many men on that play. Savard moves it in. Huskroft taking him out of the play and stands him up. Jim Cummins on it. He's taken out by Albelin. Back of the net, though, it goes to Black. Tipped by Tabaracci, ahead for Jocelyn Lemieux. Catching up on the play is Albelin. Lemieux left wing side. He's hit hard by Ciccone into the end boards. Cummins in there. He'll put it around for Weinrich. Up for James Black. He opened the scoring in game number 3. Long shot in and no scoring as we play just over 4 minutes here in game number 4 of the second period. Tony Amonte. Rink wide feed for Roenick. Roenick drops one back. Chelios too slow though to get in on the play to one-time the shot. And then he was pushed off the puck by Sullivan. Carney with it, feeding Roenick, accelerating over the line. Roenick trying to beat 3 Flames, he can't. Yanni on him. Daze picks up the loose puck. Amati in the slot. Goes to Roenick. Backhand shot. Couldn't get it away. Nice poke check by Tabaracci. Daze laid the body on Cruz, who went into the Calgary bench. Puck out at center. Slipping on the play was Patrick. Nichols kicked it skate to his stick, but offside at the Calgary blue line. We played 4:59 second period and still scoreless.
Well, Ciccone was losing a little bit of gear in the first period. Suter magically takes the stick and glove off Sandy McCarthy. That's tough to do when a guy's skating by you, Kemp.
You need that stick 'em.
It's one thing that Ciccone and McCarthy don't have in their gloves. That's stick 'em.
Well, at the Kiel Center in St. Louis, the Blues with a 5-0 lead now over the Maple Leafs. A couple of short-handed goals in that one. Ray Scampanello doing some patchwork. 15:01 to go second period. Flames and Hawks scoreless. And Jerome McGinley out there for Calgary. And McGinley could be sending, or Brian Berard will send to McGinley perhaps a big thank you note, because he's helped to set a new standard as McGinley under the rookie salary cap, signed a 3-year, $2.5 million U.S. deal, and has a $500,000 U.S. bonus clause if he wins the Calder Trophy. Well, Berard, who is yet to sign, will like that deal. It's sent in. That had Mark Facette ducking. Carney got it out to center ice, out of Craven's reach. And the Flames will send Chicago back, and Fleury quickly on Chelios. And McGinley just as quickly on Carney. Puck comes around the board. Zalapski moved up. There's that left winger, Titov, back in neutral ice to cover, and now has the puck. Titov skates it away from Joe Murphy. Works his way past Chelios. Titov still with the puck, looks for an open man, spots again, let's scores! His first! 1-0!
Well, we've made the observation a couple of times, Ken, that this guy knows where to go in front of the net. He knows when to be in tight, and he knows when to back off a little bit. And on this one, he backs off a bit. Titov with a perfect pass. Chelios has to come out to McGinley, but a perfectly placed shot. And you don't beat Balfour without a perfectly placed shot when you're standing out in the slot this far. Right over the pad, inside the pipe. And Calgary gets first blood in this fourth game.
Well, their first lead since game number 1 of this series. Jerome McGinley, when he picked up the point on the Fleury goal on Sunday, Fleury got him the puck, and I'm sure he'll be keeping that one. His first National Hockey League goal from Titov at 5:53. Has the crowd here at the Saddledome all abuzz. Evison back of the goal for McCarthy. Here's Probert. As Evison went to run him, but Evison took the tumble. McCarthy back to the point. Huskroft shot in front. That puck is loose. the Hawks send it in. As Tabaracci touches the puck, we've got a slashing penalty coming up here to the Flames.
But can we mention that Jerome's mother missed his first game? She was at work. She went out for a little bit of popcorn. And while she was out, she heard a roar, I'm sure, and came back. And what's going on? Well, your son just popped one. How do you like the popcorn?
Can we get her a monitor to view this?
Well, I'll guarantee you.
Can we get her the videotape so she can go home and watch it? I'm sure he'll have a few copies.
She'll have a, you wanted more butter? Yeah,
He scored? What do you mean he scored?
She will have a copy of it. Well, Kennedy finds himself in the penalty box a couple of minutes for slashing. A little bit of good news, bad news in the first period. The good news was that the Flames had 3 penalties. The bad news is the Blackhawks had none, and by the time they get counted up at the end of the day, they're generally fairly even.
So with Kennedy in the box, here's Chicago's power play goes to work, looking to tie up this hockey game. Chelios and Suter work it point to point. Amante. Suter moves in from his point position right in front. Daze trying to jam away, and the puck is finally covered up. Let's go to Tom Harrington. Tom?
All right, Ken, I'm with former Blackhawks coach Daryl Sutter. Daryl, you're just an observer tonight. What's it like to watch the game and not be the coach?
Well, it's difficult to watch the game as a fan. I think that it's still in your heart that you're who you're pulling for, and it's difficult.
What's life been like away from the game?
I think it's been a good change for us. I think it's been good for our family, and I guess that kind of sums it up.
Okay, thanks a lot, Daryl, and hope we see you next year on the NHL. Appreciate it. Now, Ken, back to you.
Okay, Jim.
Had a good chat with Daryl Sutter this morning. Talked about getting the itch as soon as he saw the playoffs roll around. Watched his old team here for a while, and as we mentioned before, his brother's in town.
Here's Chelios with the shot. Great save by Tabaracci. And he goes and gets the rebound. Well, Tabaracci's reflexes in fine fashion tonight.
Yeah, Tabaracci looks confident. He plays with lots of emotion. He's been in tough situations before, a little bit more experience than Trevor Kidd. And as a result, perhaps a little bit more comfortable when it's a sudden death game like this one. But a good chance for Tabaracci to show his stuff, and he does it.
Jeremy Roenick, Amante, Daze, Suter, and Chelios, the power play unit for the Hawks. Right off the draw, Tommy Eberlin fought past his check and gets it 200 feet. T-Top up front of the forecheck, along with Dean Evison. That's sent in. Tabaracci couldn't corral it back in the net, and it's left there. And on a second attempt, the Flames chase on will clear it down.
Chicago doesn't look quite as sharp as they have in the first 3 games.
Not if that pass is an indication, as it'll be icing against the Hawks.
Well, Chelios made a good play earlier as well, driving the puck deep. Roenick went by it. The second Hawk went by it, and nothing got picked up.
Chris Chelios, the Chicago native, 2-time Norris Trophy winner, 7-time All-Star, and boy, does this guy want a lot of ice time for the Blackhawks.
Well, you generally see him from 30 to 35 minutes with the 3 penalties. Chelios was out there lots. Take a look at that, 12 minutes and 21 seconds. That would put him close to 40 minutes in this game, and shifts, only 10 shifts, each shift 1.2 minutes. That's a long shift. Ideally, if you're in great shape, you should be able to go 30 to 40 seconds. Chelios, with his experience, finds a little bit more time to rest and goes hard when he has to.
And he is in pretty good shape. Had himself a personal trainer.
Well, he's a lot like Gary Suter in that respect. Naturally, he's got strong conditioning. Doesn't talk much about doing it. He just does it.
Here's Suter across the line. The Hawks set up on this power play. Half a minute to go in it. Tabaracci played it around the boards. Yanni's puck. Craven kicks it ahead to Bernie Nichols. Nichols being hounded by Yanni. Good job on the far boards. And Sullivan got over there, and he'll slap it down the ice. Flames make a wholesale change. Gary Suter head up. Spots Weinrich. Into the right wing offensive corner it goes. Knocked down there. Titoff. Vinny Cleary does. Penalty is over to Kennedy. Belfour will come out of the net with Evason giving chase, who hacked him. Belfour went down, wanted a call from Mark Brissett, none coming. Here's Joe Murphy. Into the left wing corner it goes. Tabaracci. Shooting that puck away from Probert, up for Jocelyn Lemieux, now to Kennedy. Off his skate. Crosses with Sweeney and gets it back. Sweeney in front. Puck left in the slot. Probert's there, and he'll turn it back for the Hawks. Up with Brent Sutter. Long shot by Probert, handled easily by Tabaracci. Left there for Brent Sutter. Sutter shot up high, and Tabaracci will hang on to that and get a face-off. With 10:47 to go in the second, Jerome McGinley has his first NHL goal.
Evason and Kennedy with good pursuit. But this can draw a penalty fairly easily. Evason with the lumber way back. It's one thing to poke a guy, but Evason went a little bit further than he probably should have and was fortunate he didn't get another pair.
You mentioned Belfour being bumped by Ron Stern in Game 2, then Sheldon Kennedy on Sunday. And Belfour is calling for stricter rules on goalie interference. Eddie Belfour saying yesterday, put the post back in solid. Guys wouldn't be so quick to charge the net. Do you agree with that, or it's not worth it considering the injuries that can happen?
No, I tend to agree with that, but I don't think you can have it both ways. The rules are in now where the goalie can go out of the crease anytime, and you see some of these guys taking liberties, doing that, bumping into the skaters, and when the skaters run into them, regardless of the situation, it's a penalty. So we can't have our cake and eat it too.
Bob Sweeney, the man who leads the Flames in playoff experience. 102 playoff games. Of course, 6 years with Boston will help get you into a lot of playoffs. Game still going tonight. 4-1, the Red Wings leading the Winnipeg Jets. The Blues have beaten the Maple Leafs 5-1 to take a commanding 3-1 lead. Philadelphia over Tampa Bay to disappoint a crowd of 28,000 there, and fans at the Molson Center going home not happy as the Rangers evened up their series with the Canadiens.
Boy, whoever would have thought that that one would be going back to Madison Square.
That's the way it started in the Rangers' poor history in Montreal.
Boy, 2 games by each.
Not taking a long time to get all this settled down, and now they're set to drop it in. Ray Scapinello does, and he almost went drop. Chase on. His pass too far at center, taken by Enrico Ciccone. Tipped at center, knocked down by Zalapski, who got it ahead to Jocelyn Lemieux, who was run by Ciccone, who got that elbow up. Set on the far side, and Ciccone bumped Lemieux again, sent down the ice, and when Chason touches this, face-off will come back into the Chicago zone with 10:24 to go, second period. Ken Daniels, Jim Poplinski, Tom Harrington, and the Hockey Night in Canada crew. Welcome back to the Saddledome in Calgary, where you see the Flames leading the Hawks 1-0 on Jerome McGinley's first NHL goal. Just his second game from German Titoff at 5:53 of this second period. The first Calgary lead this series since they opened the scoring in game number 1. That from Sheldon Kennedy. Brent Sutter for the Hawks, off the boards but not out. Bounces through for Sweeney. Puck still bouncing in there. Nylander goes after it, tipped it out. And a good play because it allowed Elborin to send it back in the zone. Keith Carney into the left wing corner. That puck goes. Probert tied up by Huscroft as Elborin gets it around the far boards and out past Weinrich. Sutter took a bump from Sweeney, but shrugged it off and gets it in deep. Tabaracci leaves it for Huscroft. Chance coming on quickly. Round for Jocelyn Lemieux. His shot off the high glass behind Belfour. There's the goal scorer again. Escape the hit, and he's a good worker in the corners. Is Jerome McGinley. Flipped one through, side of the goal, and Belfour will want to hang on to this as Roenick and Fleury go, I guess you could say eye to eye behind the net.
What do you think Roenick's saying to him there, Ken? There, and I could eat apples off your head.
Right?
I could not. Could so, could not. You know, something like that.
Well, Darren Fleury with 62 points. 58 career playoff games. Playing his 59th tonight.
This puck got dumped in by Ginla. And Roenick puts a little extra slash on Fleury. Talked about confrontations. You got to love it. Fleury stops, has a chat you see as things start to get more into the Flames' favor, all of a sudden there's 3 Hawks and 3 Flames. It's a good indication of how confident you are in your team and your teammates.
Mentioned Theoren Fleury with his points in postseason, 62 and 58 games. That gives Calgary in the lineup tonight their first 60-plus point getter postseason. They only have 1. Chicago has 7. So you talk about experience, as you mentioned earlier, with games played, that's quite a difference. Theoren Fleury had just 59 postseason coming into play tonight. Back to the point it comes. Zalapski, his shot through, that was blocked. And Jeremy Roenick will feed it ahead to Eric Daze. What a force he has been this series. Many touting him for the Calder Trophy this season, as it's on the back of the net. Wouldn't Calgary fans love Jarome Iginla to be a Calder winner, perhaps a season away?
Now, even Tabaracci, who's been in this league for a half a dozen years anyways, has only got 16 playoff games to his credit. We'll start to look at some of the playoff experience that the Blackhawks have. Denny Savard's got 157 games, Chelios 152, Nichols 106, Sutter 136, Roenick 76, Murphy 91, Craven 105. So a ton of experience on that Blackhawk bench when it comes to playoffs.
Now Mark Facette has his hand up. That signals the change. He wants Pierre Pagé to make him a little quicker. So we are seeing some line juggling out here. And perhaps when you see Roenick out there, maybe Pagé wants Fleury go head-to-head with Roenick. So we're seeing some of that. Mark Facette saying, make him quick, or don't make him at all. Right wing side, this is Sullivan. Up with Stern, who goes to the net. That was behind Cruz. Roenick feeds Daze. Amante catching up. Leaves it for him. Amante, quick shot. Nice block by Chiasson. Loosen the slot. Roenick bangs at it, just missed. Stick side. Now Roenick heads to the bench. Zalapski. Quick pass ahead, and Sullivan just couldn't corral it. Behind Amante at center. He knocked it ahead. Zalapski settles that puck down, taking no chances. Stern's lost his helmet. Gets it to the line, but not out as Suter held it in. Zalapski lost it to Murphy, hacked by Stern. Joe Murphy continues on that puck. Murphy sets up, shoots, Tabaracci save, and he'll grab the rebound. Joe Murphy's been a hot man with 3 goals, but couldn't beat Tabaracci there.
Well, Chicago has even the shot margin so far in this period. Chiasson on one side of the net, Sullivan with a nice save of his own with the right foot, but Chicago starting to generate more pucks at Tabaracci. Calgary being pretty tough in front of the net. That's something that has not been real apparent in this series. Look at the war going on with Stern and Zalapski. Roenick was in there, as were Amante. These guys starting to pay more of a price now to park themselves in front of Tabaracci.
Well, you're right, too. The Blackhawks have outshot the Flames 9-3 this period after being outshot 12-5 in the first. Back of the goal, Craven. Patrick ties him up. Murphy banging away at it. Nichols out front waiting for that puck to come free. Murphy kicks at it. Flames trying to keep it along the boards. Center in front. Yanni was there low to knock it away from Nichols. And the Flames able to clear. Chelios to his defense partner, Keith Carney. Quick pass ahead for Nichols. That went off his skate. Nichols had just 3 shots on goal in the first 3 games of this series. Ginla almost broke loose at center. Here's Craven on it. He couldn't get anywhere, and Yanni takes it after being hooked a bit by Craven. Brent Yanni will skate it up ice. Getting in deep, Belfour couldn't get it back in the net. Bumping in there is Titov. That was stopped by Belfour. Puck came loose, and Craven will move it ahead. Nichols crossing at center along with Cummings. He'll get it in deep as Nichols heads for the bench. Savard over the boards. Savard used sporadically by Craig Hartsburg. Up the boards, not out. Held in by Ciccone. Fan on the pass. Cummins trying to get it through. Evelyn was there to block it, and he's had a strong game tonight for Calgary. Theoren Fleury going wide, and Ciccone who held him up. Puck is loose in there. Finally, the Flames come up with a Titov into the slot. Kennedy couldn't get the shot away. He hacked at Ciccone, who wanted a call from Facette, and Facette is taking Ciccone, who's going to the box. Chicago penalty. Now let's go to Ron McLean.
Thank you, Ken. Is this the last ever game at Winnipeg Arena? Detroit now leads 5-1 in the third period, and the crowd was going wild when this goal occurred. Kirk Maltby to Greg Johnson. 5-1 Detroit, inside 12 minutes remaining in the third period there.
Talk about loving a trade. Maltby going from Edmonton, who's out of the playoffs, to Detroit, who's got a shot at the cup. Boy, that's timing.
Enrico Ciccone in the box. He's been hit with an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty from Mark Brissett. Here's where it all started.
We talked about discipline at the start of this hockey game and talked about Ciccone and the great discipline that he's had, but he's been flustered a couple of times tonight. Jocelyn Lemieux got him going, and then that stick in the belly didn't help, and all of a sudden a few choice words to Brissett, and Ciccone finds himself in the box.
Sheldon Kennedy had whacked him, and then Brissett had some words with Craig Hartsburg over at the Chicago bench, so he's issued his warning. So Calgary goes to the power play. Have yet to score with the man advantage this series, and wouldn't one now be great? Leading it 1-0 with 6:30 to go here, second period. Knocked down by Sullivan through the slot. Sullivan turning with it. Back to Chason, but Brent Sutter was there to knock that down, and then gives chase against Sullivan. Sarli Zalapski with his head up. Gets it ahead to Bob Sweeney. Sweeney up with Stern and Sullivan. Stern on the puck. Shantz chopped at him, and he lost his stick, and Zalapski couldn't hold it in. Calgary making a change to get a different forward unit out there. Zalapski sees that. He'll backtrack. Gives some time to make the change. Nylander took a hack. Got it in deep. He's up with Fleury and Titov. Belfour will settle it for Chelios. Blocked by Chason, and a good play. Nylander, Titov shooting. Belfour got over. Another shot. Oh, Fleury by Belfour out the other side. Sutter lost it to Fleury. Flames with pressure now. Trying to go up by a pair on this power play. Point to Zalapski. Good job to hold it in on his backhand to Fleury in tight quarters. Couldn't roll it across to Chason.
What an outstanding play by Chason a little bit earlier. Took the puck in the belly, knocked it down, and made a tremendous cross-ice pass that generated those 3 or 4 scoring opportunities. Great play by Steve Chason.
Half a minute to go in this Flames power play. James Patrick to Chason. Steps across center. Wiring one in around the boards. Near side it comes. Off it Suter. Back to Weinrich. Roenick giving chase, and he'll outlet the Craven just out of his reach. Now Berlin crosses with Fleury and leaves it for him. Here's Michael Nylander going wide around Craven, but Suter cuts him off with an elbow up high. Around the boards it comes. Penalty to Ciccone is over. Elberlin kept it in. Now moves in on the puck, but Weinrich is there to clear. Icing negated. Waved off. Huskroft, a nice move to get away from Danny Savard. Huskroft, long shot. Belfour juggled that one, and he'll hang on. 4:19 to go, second period. 1-0 Calgary.
Welcome back to a rollicking Saddledome in Calgary, and I'm with a very, very happy hockey fan, Susan Schuchart, the mother of Jerome McGinley. First, we were looking for you after the goal. Did you see him score?
Yes, I did. I was watching from up top, and yes, I saw it. Great.
We talked to Jerome in the first intermission. He's so calm.
Well, he said he had fun in the first game, so I guess he's just having more fun.
Congratulations. Back to you, Ken.
I'll tell him he was probably more calm than Mom in that situation.
You gotta love when young guys come up and just enjoy the experience.
Here's Kennedy. And Belfour makes the save. Can't find the puck though. McCarthy on it. Leaving it in the corner. Kennedy takes it. McCarthy in front. Goes to the point to Patrick. That was blocked. And Murphy. He's out with Black, who goes to the front of the net. Murphy stops, shoots, and deflected over top of the goal. Weinrich looks to center. Gets it to Murphy. Blocked down in front. Dean Evison with it. He'll give it to Kennedy. Up to Evison and across the line, but offside, says Ray Scapanello, so the faceoff will come outside the Chicago blue line.
Kennedy generating some more speed there, and that's what gets a couple of shots on Belfour. Got to get that puck deep on the last attack. Can't stress that enough, as Sandy McCarthy was set to go in. If the puck gets deep, that play is still going on, and there's an attack going on Belfour.
Sandy McCarthy with 173 penalty minutes during the regular season, and of course his 4 were very costly on Sunday. Chicago got 2 power play goals. They go up 4-0. Although the Flames made a terrific comeback in that third period, at least it gave them confidence that they could score goals. And they have the only one here tonight. Cruz whacks at it, but not out. Weinrich held it in. That was deflected. And that pass was too far as Ronnie Stern went after it. Now Roenick off the boards for Tony Amonte. Spinorama move into Weinrich. His shot wide of the net. Daze and Cruz go after it. Cruz pushes Daze off the puck, and Chiasson gives to Zalapsky. Up the boards. Nicely taken there by Sullivan. And a great pass rink wide. Cruz shooting. And that missed the far side on Belfour. And the puck rebounds to Amonte to Daze. Daze leaving it for Roenick. He overskated the puck, and Tommy Albolin starts back. Up with Stern and Cruz. Albolin waits. Stern on the left wing side, taken to the boards by Carney. Cruz bumps Chelios out of the way, but Shantz took a hit but cleared the zone. With Tabaracci spots the Hawks changing, gets it ahead to Hoscroft. Long one in, Chelios clears, and Albolin will send it right back in as the Flames clear the zone. Nylander, though, is still offside as the Hawks bring it out, and they will. Chelios flipping one high, giving chase is Probert. Tabaracci there first, knocked it up the board. Shantz kept it in deep. Around back of the net, Brent Sutter fights off a check. Looks to center in front of the goal. Probert goes down. Jeff Shantz on the puck. Leaves it there for Probert. He's watched by Sweeney. Probert kicks at it. Jocelyn Lemieux enters the fray. Out it comes, Nylander on it. But Carney beat him to the puck as Sweeney brought it in offside. With 1:37 to go, second period. So far, Jerome McGinley's goal standing up as Calgary's in a 1-0 lead.
And Nylander took 10 stitches above his right eye a couple of games ago. He's got a nice zipper on his forehead, thanks to an errant puck. I believe it was being cleared by Tony Amonte. No fun when you're getting sewed up like that. Talk about getting sewed up. How about Gary Suter? Ken, he was getting stitched in Buffalo this year. In the middle of the suture job in the Hawk dressing room, the power went out at the odd, and the doctor was halfway done. Now, Suter's the kind of guy that thinks that is rather humorous. Just to the left of his nose, you can see what looks like a dimple. That's a
bad stitching job.
A couple of errant stitches, and as I said, Gary thinks it's rather funny. You, with your boyish good looks, would be rather concerned about that. Yes. Not 20 rep.
I'd be yelling, I hope you're stopping. At first, they weren't even freezing.
If you're only taking 5 or 6, you don't bother getting it frozen. By the time they stick those needles in you, you can be out playing.
Trust me, there will be gas first, then needles.
Like I said, Ken, those boyish good looks of yours.
Right. Here's Chelios turning. Gets it ahead for Murphy. Quickly to Denny Savard. Savard in across the line. Craven in front of the net. Now will have to go to the corner. He's boxed out of the play by Patrick and Tabaracci. Fleury moves it to Iginla off the boards and out to safety. Tipped in by Chicago. The Hawks, though, heading to the bench for a change. Only Craven up on the forecheck. Patrick saw that and shot it at the Chicago bench, and it went out of play. Let's go now to Ron McLean.
Thanks a lot, Ken. Detroit and Winnipeg, third period action. The big guns are starting to go. This is a nifty play by Steve Yzerman. Heavy Bullen just pulls away from the post. And the Red Wing captain tucks it home for his first of the playoffs. 6-1 now. The Wings lead by 5 inside 10 minutes to go there.
Well, Craig Hartsburg is going to look to give his guys a little bit more spark going into the third period. He doesn't want to have 3 more periods. Really important for the Blackhawks to get some time off if they can, as much as you want to stay tuned. If you can have a week off before your next series in the playoffs, it gives you a tremendous advantage.
Eric Weinrich will stop back of Belfour. The Hawks looking for one last rush, try to get even here before this period's out. There's a good man to do it, Jeremy Roenick. to Amante. His rink-wide pass, though, came outside the line. Gary Suter. Got it ahead, knocked down by Chason, who stumbles. Daze leaves it for Amante, and a penalty coming up. Well, Tony Amante hooked down to the ice, and Zarley Zalapski is going to go to the box for the remaining time in this period and to start the second.
Well, this is a real crucial 11 seconds for the Calgary Flames as Zalapski gets caught with Amante here. A whack at the puck. Chason loses a little bit of balance, and that's what sets this up, because Zalapski is relaxed, thinking that his partner is going to pick up the puck, and when it gets a strange bounce, Amante already has a step on Zalapski, and 33 White hauls him down. Now a big face-off here, 11 seconds remaining, and then another minute 49 in the power play. You really want to bear down on these if you're Calgary, and if you're Chicago, boy, win or lose this draw with an extra man, you can generate a real good scoring chance, and ideally go into the third period tied.
Bernie Nichols will take this face-off against Theron Fleury. It's up front with Joe Murphy and Craven. They won it, but then couldn't get it going anywhere, and Fleury's there to send it down the ice as time will expire. But for the Calgary Flames, a good second period. Jerome McGinley getting the goal at 5:53 from German Titov. So the Calgary Flames go to the dressing room, and after 40 minutes, they lead Chicago 1-0.
Hockey Night in Canada on CBC presents After 40 Minutes.
So far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Cinderella stories belong to the state of Florida. The Tampa Lightning against Philadelphia, and of course the Florida Panthers cruising to a 2-0 lead on home ice against the Boston Bruins. Their captain Brian Skrudlin joins me now from Boston in anticipation of Game 3. Brian, congratulations on the wonderful beginning. Before we even get to the two games, let's talk about your nifty little eye hand to save a goal when Stumple's puck got to the goal line and no further. What do you remember about that whole affair?
Well, just being Johnny on the spot, I guess, behind Johnny, who's been on the spot for us from Game 1. The puck just really getting as close as it possibly can to being called a goal run. So got my stick on the puck early enough and out of our net quick enough.
Whose performances stand out most for you individually?
Well, I already mentioned John Van Beesbroek. He's been just fantastic for us, and we know how important goaltending is come this time of the season. I guess next we've got to move on to Ray Shepherd and the guys that he's been playing with, Stu Barnes and Dave Lowry, and our defensemen in general. The whole group has been very fantastic.
Dave's mom, Norma, told me he was a wonderful goal scorer. I had no idea he was that good. You know, the other thing that's really impressed a lot of us here is your young defense. Who stood up for you there, and why do you think you've been able to play with such little experience so well in your own end?
Well, you know, our young defense is a little bit old as well. We've got some guys who are there with their first seasons in the NHL or second seasons in the NHL, the Roberts Velas, you know, but they've got a great leader that's teaching these guys a lot of good things in Terry Karkner and Eddie Jovanovski, Rhett Warner, the whole crew. Paul Louse has really stepped up for us, and you know, we've got some great defensemen who aren't playing as well right now, so I like our chances due to the fact that we've even got some good depth.
How did you come out of the two games injury-wise?
Well, I missed the first one, Ron, because I've been sort of doctoring a little bit of a hip here, but it was just great to get back into the playoff action. I had the chills running up and down my spine watching that Game 1. I felt like I should have been out there and playing, but it was really exciting to get back, and I'm excited for Game 3 here tomorrow night.
And just give me a comment on the Boston Bruins and what you have to do to be successful in their rink.
Well, we all know the Boston Bruins are still one of the hardest working teams in the National Hockey League. You know, it goes well beyond the Oates and the Bork and the Tockets. I mean, this is a team that's compiled of 20 players who come to play every night, and they've got great goaltending as well. So we've got our work cut out for us. We just go out and try to beat them to a man, and hopefully that's good enough.
It's been a wonderful year, and it's looking like it's far from over. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Brian Skrudlin, captain of the Florida Panthers. They take on the Boston Bruins coast to coast tomorrow evening at 7:30 Eastern on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. We are back with highlights around the night. Messier wins the draw to driver. It goes to Adam Graves, and he scores the second of the game. 5 in the playoffs now, and Richter was the story here. The Canadians outshot New York 31-19. Rangers win at 4-3 to tie the series. It was all St. Louis against Toronto. Brett Hull breaks in late in the second period, a shorthanded goal that put this one on ice. The Blues cruise to a 5-1 victory. John Casey, 41 saves. At the Thunderdome in Florida, here's John Leclerc's second goal of the game. A big howitzer over Jeff Reese's shoulder. That's his second, as I say. He was tremendous. Philadelphia was as a team. They win at 4-1, and Detroit's leading 6-1. We'll show you the last moments at Winnipeg Arena when we come back on Molson Hockey Night in Canada and the Stanley Cup playoffs on CBC.
Forget, Rob.
Chicago 1-0 after 2 periods of play there. As you can see, they're in the final stretches of the third period in Winnipeg Arena. We're going to go to commercial first, then come back and show you the closing minute before they drop the puck for the third period at the Canadian Airlines Saddledome. Little history for Winnipeg next on Hockey. Winnipegger, whose voices ring out above a capacity crowd there.
And at this time, we say hello to viewers who have been watching the action between the Flames and the Blackhawks here at the Winnipeg Arena. It's all but over as the Red Wings have moved into a 6-1 lead and will take a 3-1 series lead with this series shifting back to the Joe Louis Arena in Detroit on Friday night. We're into the final minutes.
We had a pretty good hockey game going here until some undisciplined penalties by the Winnipeg Jets led to 3 power play goals by Detroit. From that point, it's been all Detroit Red Wings.
Well, the fans here in the Winnipeg Arena are standing and cheering, and now Paul Coffey gets involved with Darren Shannon. And Dave Manson comes in as well, and the linesmen have to step in quickly. And again, more debris comes out onto the ice. The fans for this final 40.9 seconds will be standing and applauding the Winnipeg Jets, giving them a rousing send-off if, in fact, this is going to be their final game ever here in this building.
You know, it was so loud that nobody could hear Gregson when he did blow the whistle. That's why people started pushing and shoving. People were hunting around for rebounds to the left of Mike Vernon. Nobody realized that the play was dead. Here it is right here. Now, Gregson's blowing the whistle at this point, but I don't think Darren Shannon or a few other people out on the ice realize. You see Vernon, I can't hear anything. This building is as loud as I have ever heard it. The fans, for the most part, have continued to stand on their feet and cheer despite a dominant performance by Detroit.
Well, earlier when the Winnipeg Jets tied it at 1, a number of fish came flying out onto the ice. Somewhere, fans have managed to bring a couple of octopus into the building, and this most recent stoppage in play resulted in the octopi flying out onto the playing surface, something that Joe Louis Arena in Detroit is noted for. But there have been constant interruptions in play, and you have to hope that the maintenance staff is able to clean everything out. Mike Vernon is taking no chances. He was hit on the head earlier with a roll of toilet paper. He's getting back into the net for a little additional protection. But you have to hope that none of that debris stays on the ice and the player steps on it and is injured as a result.
Well, now all the players are helping out the maintenance crew. It's unfortunate that the last, or potentially the last game, the Winnipeg Arena has to end this way.
Particularly when the fans were so good on Sunday and really, with their support, elevated the level and helped the Winnipeg Jets win it 4-1.
Well, here at the Saddledome, we'll keep you posted on the happenings in Winnipeg. Ken Daniels, Jim Proplinski, Tom Harrington back here about to start period number 3. The Calgary Flames with a 1-0 lead on Jerome McGinley's first National Hockey League goal at 5:53 of the second, assisted by German Titov.
Well, Calgary's got to find balance here now, as Pierre Pagé said to Tom Harrington after the end of the second period. We want to be aggressive, but we also got to keep in mind the defensive part of our game. If the Flames back up and let Chicago get back in this hockey game, it'll be a lot tougher to go out with a win.
Certainly the 2 best periods of hockey so far this series for Calgary, as they have to kill off the remainder of the Zarley-Zalapsky penalty to start this third period. Joe Murphy with it. Up with Craven. Pass too far. Craven going in. Yanni just missed him with a bump. Murphy the point to Chelios. Now to Suter. Puck stayed onside. Chelios and Suter play give and go. Suter shooting. Tabaracci saving, and he finds the rebound and hang on.
Well, 5-on-5, which is one of Chicago's big strengths this year. The Blackhawks have not done a lot, particularly this Nichols line, but they move the puck around well on the power play. And this is the line, remember, that got things going in Game 1 when Calgary took the first period lead. Gary Suter makes his mind up very quickly whether he's shooting or whether he's passing. And with some traffic in front, you see the result. Tabaracci can get his body in front of the puck, but he can't always corral it. Yanni doing a nice job on Murray Craven, but if another Hawk sneaks around because the extra man is there, he might find a loose puck.
Flames still have 1:09 to kill off this Zalapski penalty. Back of the goal, Craven around the number 92, Bernie Nichols. Murphy into the slot, pass to him. Murphy couldn't get the shot away as Chason got over there quickly. A wire around the boards and up into the seats right below us. So another stoppage in play.
There's a good example of how you get the puck out. Tommy Albaline uses the glass. You get it up high, and if somebody's going to stop it, they've got to really find a way to muster up some courage, or else you get it in the yap.
As we see the final seconds tick down in Winnipeg, as the Detroit Red Wings make their way off the ice, as the fans in Winnipeg salute their team for perhaps the last time, unless the Jets can come through with a win back at Joe Louis Arena.
Mike Vernon playing both games on the road, lost the first one at the Winnipeg Arena, and with a strong performance takes the Wings back 3-1.
Oh, so fast the Wings were getting off the ice, so they weren't hit with debris. That pass in for Daze, hopped over his stick. Will it be icing? Yes, it will. As the Flames, Chason got back there first to touch it. Well, more hockey for you tomorrow night on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC, 4:30 Pacific, 5:30 Mountain Time. Game 3, and only Game 3, between the Bruins and Panthers from the Fleet Center in Boston. The first of 4 games in 5 nights. That's how strange this scheduling has been for this series.
Boy, I love playing 4 games in 5 nights. Boom, 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 get them over with. Much rather do it at the start of the series than at the end. Zalapski would like to have 4 games in 5 nights as well. As his coach, that would mean that this series would be going to 7.
Here the Flames with another 30 seconds to kill off of Zalapski's penalty. Fleury up on the forecheck. Sullivan, the other penalty killer, up front. But here's Jeremy Roenick with a burst of speed through center. Roenick going wide on Patrick, who cancels him out along the boards. Chelios kept it into Daze. Daze in the slot. His shot went high over top of the net. Gary Suter holds that puck in. Works it in deep around to Tony Amonte. In front, Daze shot it wide. Chelios moving in. Zalapski standing up in the box. Now he's out. As the Flames have killed off that Blackhawk power play. Trying to dig it free out of the skates of Yarny is Tony Amonte. He can't. And the Flames have dodged another bullet. Still leading 1-0. We've played 1:58 here in period number 3. Chicago 0 for 3 with the man advantage with just 3 shots on goal. Just 1 shot that last power play.
Well, a couple of shots just went wide. Daze had 2 separate chances, one from the right face-off dot, and this one right here tries to go to the short side. Tabaracci with pretty good position on it. Does Daze ever shoot the puck hard? Lots of guys get shots, but very few have got the mustard on the shot that this youngster does. He put on about 20 pounds throughout this year, and it's really made a difference in his strength on the puck, and I'm sure in the velocity at which he fires it as well.
20-year-old, coached by Calgary assistant coach Don Hay at the World Juniors in '94. Right off the draw, Chicago controls. Tabaracci save. Back to the point, Ciccone. As Hustrop knocked down Chance in front. Comes back to Weinrich. Lots of time. Weinrich tees it up. Now goes rink wide, too far for Ciccone. Sutter gets it back to him. Oh, Ciccone shoots. That didn't miss by much. Weinrich in the backhand. For Probert. He's bumped, and it's taken by Alberin. With some help from Kennedy, they move it out. Dean Evison has his path cut off by Brent Sutter. Belfour way out of the goal to play it around for Weinrich. Chance Had it go off the skate right to Ciccone. He's up with Probert. Ciccone turned it in. Sutter. Probert deflection rolls through to Tabaracci, and he's able to hang on. Another face-off coming up to his left.
Well, Chicago's starting to muster a little bit more intensity. They have been off their game for parts of this 2 periods. We haven't seen the Blackhawks in and around Tabaracci near as much as the Flames have been in and around Belfour. And Shantz trying to get things going with his speed and tenacity around the net.
Well, for Chicago, it'd be 18 skaters dressed in their lineup. 10 have scored. Of the 23 Flame skaters, 5 have scored, thanks to Iginla tonight. So Chicago, obviously, they have many more goals this series and more well-balanced. That's been a big part of this.
Well, if you look at the number of players that have been used this year by the Flames, 38 different players. By the Blackhawks, 30. 8 may not seem like a big number, but at least 25% more than what Chicago put up. This shows you that Calgary was regularly trying to get something going this year even.
Here's Iginla. Now that was deflected by Carney up into the seats. And every time this Iginla touches the puck, this crowd here gets excited. Iginla's contract won't officially kick in until he plays more than 10 games. And I guess that helps the team, in this case the Flames, to keep the player at an entry-level salary for as long as possible. Of course, if the Flames advance and keep playing many more games these playoffs, he'll gain a year out of that. So,
and they call it a slide or something. If you play less than 10 games, you don't have to declare it as a full year, and as a result, you've got an extra year of eligibility with respect to what category that player falls into when it comes to free agency time.
Here it is for Chiasson up the boards. Chelios is pinching in to block Titov's path. Here's Fleury, but an offside pass. Fleury disputes that one, but it's been called. 16:43 to go, 3rd period.
Well, a technological nightmare when it comes to the quad split, Ken. We can go all over the rink with scores and goaltenders in the game. Wouldn't mind watching this for 4 or 5 minutes, just to keep an eye on all those different categories tonight.
Finally got to your favorite quad split.
The quad split, one of my favorites, you bet. I'll have to show you how that works in the truck.
I can't wait. 3:30 gone here, 3rd period. That shot in and waiting for it to bounce down. Finally, it came to Fleury. Nichols around the boards. It hopped over Titov's stick. On it quickly is Chelios, though. Jarome Iginla blocked his path. Now Chelios gets it back to Carney. Head for Murphy. That was knocked back. Now Chelios will come in. One-on-one against Yanni. Murphy stealing the puck. Craven side of the goal. Murphy. Carney shooting. That went wide. Chelios moving in. Titov knocked him to the boards. Here's Carney with it again. Into the slot. Craven. Murphy going after it. Iginla takes it. And like a cool veteran, he flips one high and down the ice. Belfour plays it up to Carney to Chelios. That was blocked by Mike Sullivan. He'll carry through, sees the Flames making the change. Just will shoot one in and go after it. Belfour. Dangerous play, but got it to Chelios, but not out. Cruz into Stern, looks for a man. Spot Sullivan. Here's Cruz shooting. Belfour stopped that and deflected it wide. Quickly, here comes Jeremy Roenick. He's hit by Chiasson. Offside will be Amante, but Tabaracci will play it ahead for Chiasson. Out now for Sullivan. Up with it is Stern. Into the right wing corner it goes. Suter first man in. Stern bumped with him. Amante can't clear as Zalapski pinched in. Nice job by the Flames moving in to keep that puck in. And a face-off coming up.
Tom Harrington had a chat with Pierre Pagé as Pierre was coming off the ice after the 2nd period, and one of the things Tom mentioned to us was Pierre wanted his team to be aggressively defensive, and that means that you make the right choice, and when you have the chance, you get aggressive. Now, Calgary doing an excellent job here in illustrating exactly what Pierre wants. When you have the opportunity, you jump in. That generates a scoring chance right there by Cruz, and on the other side, as the puck went around, Zalapski had pinched right down to keep the puck in as well. So if you can keep doing that, it means that Chelios and the Blackhawks aren't going to be able to put quite as much pressure on your goaltender. If you don't, you give Chelios and his squad more opportunity and more confidence. You get back on your haunches, and then you got a problem, Ken.
And that's all part of the left wing lock. The right side D moving in a bit. Left winger making sure that he's back in the play, and that's stopped the Hawks in some of their outlet attempts. There's Zalapski with it. Cross ice. Jocelyn Lemieux knocks it in deep. There's Belfour out of his net again. Lemieux blocked it off. Puck back to the net, but it went by Cruz, and Zalapski will take control at center. They'll get it back from Chason, but now there's Denny Savard right on him. Savard steals the puck back in the net. Savard to Roenick, but he couldn't get good wood on it. Nylander's away with Jocelyn Lemieux. Patching up is Sweeney. Nylander swings one to Lemieux. Sweeney goes in front, but no rebound for him, as Belfour will hang on. You see Denny Savard out there on one of his more or less infrequent shifts. 35-year-old, he's seen limited ice time, and this could be his last year's. Finishing up his contract, and says perhaps he will retire. May like to coach in the minors, but isn't sure what he's going to do.
Well, what an amazing story. Denny Savard, one of the Trois Denis, as he jumps down on Zalapski, sets up a scoring chance here. These guys, there was Denny Savard, Denny Tremblay, and Denny Sear. The three of them played on the same line in the Quebec Major Junior League. They were born on the same day. Sear went on to be a first-round pick for the Calgary Flames and is now coaching down in Peoria, coaching general manager only, I believe, in Peoria. You know where Denny Sear is. And Denny Tremblay, I believe, is either a mailman or a milkman someplace in Quebec.
They mix it up in front as Sandy McCarthy went down. And Mark Facette's calling a penalty. See how many he grabs here, and it may only be Probert, but we'll see.
This will be the 5th penalty that the Blackhawks have received to the Flames 3.
Well, we talked about Probert not taking penalties, and now he's taken 2 tonight.
Now there's the extra bump after the whistle. The other guy that has been a little bit more on edge tonight has been Ciccone. He's managed to let Jocelyn Lemieux get under his skin. And when you start to see little holes in the armor like that, if you're the Calgary Flames, you try to work the wedge in a little bit more. And if you're Chicago, you got to say, hey, what has worked for us the first 3 games? Let's get back to that, guys.
Calgary's still looking for their first power play goal this series, and you have to feel good there for Sandy McCarthy. Here's the guy who cost the Flames dearly in game number 3 Sunday, said he had to be more aggressive, smart aggressive. Probert bumps him, gets a penalty. Now Calgary goes with the man advantage. McCarthy's played a smart game tonight. Here's Albelin. Looks ahead for Theron Fleury. Cuts to his right. That shot was blocked. Chance got in front of him, up into the seat, so another face-off. Shots 23-17, favoring the Flames. The score favoring Calgary. Jerome McGinley, the only goal. Is that Norm Little in there? Up in the seats? Yes, it is.
That almost hit my son.
Oh, Matt can handle it. Is Matt in the seats? He's all right. As we look at Theron Fleury, he's been writing a column for the Calgary Herald. Rick Tabaracci, Trevor Kidd for the Sun. Theo in his captain's log today wrote he was never very good in high school English, graduated C average, but Eric Duhatschek told me he was amazed how well he wrote and how good his grammar was. And he's editing his pieces, says Theo's been terrific. Well, Theo, give yourself some credit. Here's Brent Sutter. Skates away one-on-one with Patrick, who got out there to block the shot. Here's Theron Fleury away to the races, right wing side. Shooting, Belfour save, rebound came out, but T-Top couldn't get it. Chelios blocks him off. Came to the point, not out. Good job by Chason to hold it in with that skate. In for Fleury. Took it from Nylander to Albelin. Didn't want to go back for Chason as the Hawks pressure up top. Carney right on T-Top. Goes to Fleury. Rick wide pass. Chason shoots. And that was stopped by Belfour and out the other side. Chason gives chase with Sutter. Nylander hit by Chelios. T-Top blocks Chelios as he tried to wing it around the boards. Nylander on it into Fleury. Had nowhere to go. He was too well tied up. And Carney will send Calgary back. On Fleury was dumped coming out of the zone, and Mark Facette has blown the whistle and has seen that. We'll wait to see what Mark Facette is calling. Pierre Pagé wants to be sure he has the right call. And he's got the Hawks. He saw it. And it's Joe Murphy arguing, and Murphy's been benched for dumb penalties before, and Hartsburg won't be happy.
Now here's a look at what happened as Chelios is right behind Fleury.
So that was Chelios. He had Murphy going over, and now Carney's in the box.
Well, what that tells you...
Oh, now Chelios is going over. So first Murphy went, then Carney, so he didn't really see it. And now Chelios, the culprit's going in to join Bob Probert.
Fleury has got a break here. He went down in a hurry. And all Fawcett must have seen was Fleury going down. And as a result, Calgary has got a 5-on-3 for 29 seconds. Probert will be out in 1 second less than 30. And Chelios, most importantly, is off the ice for 2 minutes with 12:39 remaining in the third. Anytime you can get 7 red to sit on the other side of the ice, you've done something that's going to benefit your team.
Well, Theron Fleury with that ball made sure Fawcett saw it.
Time 7:21.
As you hear the call for the slash. So now Calgary still looking for their first power play goal this series with a huge opportunity here. 12:39 to go, third period. Jerome Iginla with the goal. Here is number 24, who hasn't missed a beat in this his second National Hockey League game. Weinrich will send the Flames back as Fleury takes Iginla's spot on the ice. So Fleury, who was hurt, had to go off to start. Patrick leaves it for Nylander. To Titoff. 10 seconds left in that first minor. Chase on to Patrick. Fans yell shoot. He doesn't. Nylander. Titoff in the slot to Patrick. Winds up. That was blocked. What a play by Gary Suter.
Heads up play by Suter. Perfectly timed. 29 seconds exactly has expired. Probert hits the ice, and Suter gets another red shirt to help him kill the minute 31 left in Chelios' penalty. Now Calgary on the outside here. Suter moving, trying to make Nylander hold the puck as long as possible. And you see the slide and the blurred black dot go up and over the glass. Gary Suter with a huge play for the Chicago Blackhawks.
University of Wisconsin grad who played there a year apart from Chris Chelios back in '83, but Chelios was Suter's recruiting guide, showing him all the hot spots so that Suter could then create havoc.
Yeah, if you only know what kind of hot spots.
I bet.
These two guys, they get together, and it takes an army to keep them in control.
Here's Patrick to Chiasson. Shooting. Belfour made the save. Amonte rebounds. And he'll clear. Tony Amonte has been a star for Chicago this series. Flames looking to stay alive, leading 1-0. Jocelyn Lemieux was adjusting his helmet when the puck came out. Then he knocked it down. Sweeney, Iginla, and Lemieux on the power play for Calgary. Chiasson works it into the zone. Feeling pressure right away off the high glass. Amonte knocked it down, but not out. Bouncing puck. Ozolowski just couldn't keep it in. Now a break for the Hawks. Right wing side is Weinrich. Roenick goes to the front of the net. Pass to him, but hopped over his stick. And Zalapski gives it to Lemieux. To Nylander. Now to Sweeney. One-time shot. Belfour save. Puck is loose. Sweeney knocks it down. Bob Sweeney to Nylander. Off the boards to Elbelin. Got it in front. Almost a giveaway, not once but twice, but Weinrich and Schantz combined to clear with help from Brent Sutter. Here's Zalapski accelerating across the line. Send it to his left. Brent Sutter there, and he'll get it off Elbelin and back. Toronto native Rick Tabaracci will play the puck, and this was knocked down with a high stick. So a face-off coming up. 8 seconds left in the Flames power play. 10:47 to go, third period. And of course, more hockey for you tomorrow night. They'll switch sites to the Fleet Center in Boston. The Bruins and the Panthers, game 3. First of 4 in 5 nights. 5:30 Mountain, 4:30 Pacific time. We're seeing this one coast to coast.
Zalapski's got to get the puck deep here. Chicago gets things broken up now because Lemieux's going to the net. The scoring chance does get generated. Sweeney's played a strong game tonight. Didn't have much of a chance because he's been out of the lineup for the last two, but has made his impact felt this evening.
Right off the draw, Sandy McCarthy is hooked. Fights off a check. He'll get it in deep. Sheldon Kennedy against Carney. Puck comes to Dean Evison as Chelios steps out of the box. Here's Evison with the puck. Into the corner for McCarthy. Evison goes to the front of the net. Here's Chelios to knock it away. Carney. Into the corner for Ciccone, who's having problems tonight keeping that hat on. Nichols. Left wing side for Murphy off the bench. Cleared back out to center. So the Flames 0 for 6 with the man advantage tonight. 12 shots on goal, 2 on that last power play. Here's Craven, but Murphy in ahead of the play offside. 10:08 to go, third period. Jerome McGinley's goal, still the difference.
Play by McCarthy here, makes the decision early and gets the puck deep, and even though Ciccone does his job perfectly, taking big McCarthy out of the way, the puck's deep, and McCarthy's wingers are able to jump in there on the puck.
Rico Ciccone picked up from Tampa Bay for Patrick Poulin, Igor Ulanov by Chicago. The one deal that Bob Holford made at the close to the deadline.
Nice nickname, they call him Psycho.
Hey, if the nickname fits. Nichols centering in front. German Titov's there. He's up with Fleury and Iginla. Here's Fleury right wing side. Carney on him. Fleury looks for open ice. Backhand in front. Belfour save. Fleury rebound, just shot it wide. Craven the other way with Nichols, who has the puck. Slowing it up. Chelios can't pick it up. Nichols does. Gets it through. Here's Murphy in the slot. He couldn't get anywhere with it, and Fleury will just clear to safety as he heads to the bench. Flames changing up that forward line. Carney leaves it in back of the net. Covered there is Daze. Patrick on it, gets it by Daze, and out it comes to German Titov. Ahead for Stern. Sullivan moving in, gets it through to Belfour, has that paddle down, and he'll hang on with Sullivan right on the doorstep. 9:02 to go, third period, 1-0 Calgary.
Eddie Belfour looks like he's really knuckled down here in the third period. A couple of great scoring opportunities that he has turned aside. Fleury with a super shot from the right-hand side. And this one jumping into the middle. Belfour's got traffic in front of him. His concentration is tremendous. Focus as good as anybody's. And I guess that's why, Ken, he is the winningest goalie in the regular season since 1991 in the National League.
Yeah, even better than Patrick Waugh. That shot by Zalapsky was blocked. Amante, he gets over there to clear it out of the zone. Here's Roenick. Good choice to leave it for Suter. Roenick goes to the net. Suter pass to him! And Roenick couldn't pick it up. The pass was too hard, and Roenick was gone too far. Belfour will let this one go as Weinrich plays it. So icing against Calgary. 8:38 to go, third period. 1-0 Flames.
If you're going to go up the ice, you got to make sure you're back to stop these things. 2-on-1. Sullivan is just about there, but look at the fake shot that Roenick just misses from Gary Suter. An absolutely perfect pass. If Roenick is a right-handed shot, he's got a heck of a lot better chance of putting this one in, but what a perfect play by Gary Suter. Roenick just a step ahead of Sullivan.
Well, the fans tonight at the Saddledome pretty happy with their team's effort so far. Finally have something to cheer about. And in this third period, the Flames have outshot the Blackhawks 9-2 with 8:38 left in it. Overall in the game, 29-17 favoring Calgary, and they have the only goal. Mike Sullivan on this face-off, who is teammates at Boston University with Tony Amante. And we mentioned those fans here tonight, 16,629. So some 1,400 better than game 3 that was here. At center ice. Amante was turned back before he could bust the zone. Here's Cruz. He's hit. Weinrich went down with some help from Stern. He was bowled over. Cruz and Weinrich have words. Both go after their respective sticks as they got crossed up. Roenick on it. Left it for Daze. His shot. Tabaracci, where is it? Outside the net. And able to hang on.
Tabaracci with some gymnastics there to keep that one out from the angle that we're sitting at. It was tough to tell whether it was going to fall outside the post or inside of it. This will give you a better view. Kicks it out. Looks like it might be coming in.
Whoa!
And I'm not sure that that stick, whether that made things better or worse. His glove was back there in the nick of time.
Rick Tabaracci in just his 6th season. Trade with Washington last April for a 5th-round draft pick, and it's been a pretty good deal for Calgary.
Yeah, it sure has.
Well, it would have, I don't know.
Looks like if he didn't get that goal stick up there, that it might have been falling in.
Too close. He got it in.
Grade 9 science, parallax error. It's tough to tell from this angle. Ken, don't look at me
like
that.
You were ever in grade 9 science class. Come on. Sent up the boards and outed. That had Don Hay in the Calgary bench ducking. So far the Hawks with just 18 shots on goal. In game 1 they had 26. Game 2 they had 32, and in game 3 they had 23. Tonight their lowest total thus far with just 18. The Flames have outshot the Hawks the past 2 games prior to this one, but so far nothing to show for it.
Well, the last time Calgary beat Chicago was their last regular season meeting, and the score was 1-0.
Here's Chance back of the net. Savard had it knocked off his stick, and the goalie that night was Rick Tabaracci.
And the goal scorer that Calgary would dearly love to have back
is Gary Roberts. And that was a disputed goal at that. Albalin got it up the board. Chelios held it in to Chance. Wide open Savard, and he fanned on the puck. And the Flames able to clear. Carney on it. Bowled over by Sandy McCarthy was Keith Carney. Here's Probert the other way. Crossed the line, but offside as Savard was scooting in, and McCarthy and Probert eye to eye. Chance saying, get out of there, Bob. You don't need that.
Well, you say make sure you stay between us.
Right, yeah, that too. I don't want any part of this. You hang around. Bob Probert's thinking, I already took 2 penalties tonight. I'm not going to take an aggressor now at this point.
You talk about experience, you talk about learning from your mistakes and things that you do to win hockey games, and McCarthy has certainly learned a little bit in this series. A great job running over Carney, getting there and finishing the check, and then not being involved in any type of retaliation. Denny Savard doesn't miss these types of chances very often. Fanned on the shot and didn't get a puck directed at Tabaracci after a pretty good pass across.
Savard had fanned on that shot and had 1 shot in the 2nd period. That was his first shot on goal this series for Denny Savard. Yanni got it out the center. Carney's there. Murphy goes in against T-Top. T-Top bumps him. Picked up the puck was Craven, but there's Rick Tabaracci taking no chances, hanging on to everything now with 6:44 to go in the 3rd.
Well, Calgary's done a reasonable job on faceoffs tonight too, so any chance that Tabaracci can get to freeze the puck and stop the momentum that Chicago is desperately trying to generate, he will take. If you can win your faceoffs and slow things down, give some of your defensive players a little bit of time to rest, and doesn't allow the guys you're trying to beat to get in any type of rhythm.
Here you look at faceoffs 1 in the offensive zone, and there's one for Chicago. Chelios. Patrick will take it. Right wing side just tipped in by Sweeney. He heads to the bench as Calgary changes up the defense as Jerome McGinley takes Sweeney's spot. So Sweeney for the defensive faceoffs in his own zone. Here's Chelios working through for Murphy. Return feed. Tabaracci made the save. Craven rebound. That didn't get through. Tabaracci got some good help there from Chason. As Chicago comes close to the equalizer. Slot Murphy. That shot's blocked. Look out. Chelios shooting through a crowd. That was blocked. Iginla got out there in a nice play, and Iginla feeds it ahead for Fleury. Catching up is Titov and Zalapsky. Fleury, Titov, fanned on the shot. Gives it to Iginla. Titov may have broken his stick on the play. As Belfour's able to hang on. Some good chances at both ends.
Well, a good body check changes things in a hurry, and at the other end of the rink, Iginla took the body hard, and that's what generated Fleury's pass across to Titov. Chelios and the Blackhawks with a couple of great chances. Chelios starting to take matters into his own hands a couple of times here in the third, jumping up the ice. And he's back to the point now. And this body check that came about 5 seconds after that by Iginla turned the puck over, gave Tabaracci a little bit of breathing space, and leaves a face-off to the right of Balfour.
Sullivan on this draw, won by Roenick, who heads right up the ice. Amonte went to whack it ahead. And Roenick got there to knock it away from Stern, but there's Sullivan. Behind the goal for Paul Cruz. Stern in front. Sullivan heads there too. Cruz shooting. Stern, all good save made by Belfour. I don't know how he saw it, but a quick shot from Stern. Belfour stopped it. Here's Sullivan trying to work it through. He was knocked to the ice by Roenick, who gets it to Suter as Roenick was hit. Then Stern cancels Suter in a nice play. Here's Sullivan in front of the goal. That was knocked away. Eric Daze for Chicago, who's had a relatively quiet night compared to his previous games this series. Weinrich to Daze, catching Amonte on the fly. Amonte shooting. That was blocked. And Calgary settles it. Paul Cruz with it. Cruz ahead to Nylander. Leaving it there for Bob Sweeney. Sweeney looks for an open man, just deposits one behind the goal. Savard out there, getting it to Craven, and he'll just clear the zone.
Calgary's timing is so much better tonight in getting to players and finishing checks. Chicago has done a good job of this throughout the series, and Calgary's always been a half a step behind. Tonight, that's not the case.
Icing call against the Flames, 4:29 to go, third period.
Ken, I've mentioned Balfour's focus. Look at how he's eyeing the puck behind the net. Ron Stern, perfect positioning, gets his stick free, and Balfour with his right toe in the correct position keeps Stern from notching the Flames' second goal of this hockey game. Ronnie Stern got a puck in the face. That's why he's got the tape there. Either stitched up or we'll get that done later, but very, very close.
Dean Evison will tell you have to go high on Eddie Belfour. It's tough. If you don't get it up high, he gets that stick down and that blocker, and it's tough to beat him low. I don't think you saw that shot, but he was in the right position. Murphy. Nichols up front for Chicago along with Craven. As Murphy's hit to the boards, here's Theron Fleury. Patrick catching up, Craven getting back. Fleury into the slot. Too well covered though as Carney, and Nichols helped knock him off stride. Patrick getting it in, but not deep. That hits some bodies as Craven will work it through. Into the left wing corner it goes. Nichols and Murphy up front. Back in Edmonton, Nichols and Murphy played together on a line with Vincent Damphreuse in 91-92. What a threesome that would be today. Jerome Iginla on the far boards. Puck comes free, and Amonte to Joe Murphy. Feeding one through, but Amonte too well covered by Zalapsky. Flames not letting their men go. Here, Paget preached defense prior to this one. They're doing it tonight. Here's Titov. Suter muscles him into the boards. Puck is picked up. Eric Daze out to Amonte to Roenick. Has to turn back to get it and just flips one in. Daze fighting off the checking of Sullivan. Work to the boards. Cruz can't clear. Roenick holds in. Knocked down nicely though by Sullivan. He'll just send Chicago back as Suter turns.
Well, this is where Calgary needs a little bit more pressure. Cruz jumping down the ice, but if you continue to let the Blackhawks come out just after you've dumped it in, you can start to run into some problems because they will generate some momentum and some excitement. Get on them after you dump it in if your chance presents itself.
Here's Cruz. Shot went wide. 2:45 to go. Third period. 1-0 Calgary as Denny Savard skates away. Savard on Yanni stops. Sutter goes for the front of the net, pass to him. Oh, Tabaracci, stop that. Puck loose in the crease. Tabaracci up, still loose. McCarthy clears, and he'll send it away. Sheldon Kennedy, a break left wing side. Kennedy stops, falls, centers into the slot area, but that's taken away by Carney. Up for Probert. Left it for Savard. To Brent Sutter. His shot blocked. Puck loose in the slot. Sandy McCarthy there, and he'll clear the zone. Some fine work tonight by Sandy McCarthy at both ends of the rink. That puck tip, look out. And he even makes a nice catch on the bench. 2 minutes to go, third period. 1-0 Calgary.
Scoring chance here, and Kennedy really popped him with an elbow. Look at the save that Tabaracci makes as he follows that puck across. Sutter going to the net. And there was a little bit of acrimony between Kennedy and Savard after the whistle finally went. In fact, Fleury had to come in and pull Kennedy away from Savard, afraid that 23 White might overreact a little bit and cause a penalty.
Here's Jason just flipping one ahead. So tension time for Flames fans. Of course they need a win tonight to continue on in this series for Thursday in Chicago. Theoren Fleury, his shot was blocked, and Nichols gobbles that one up. Leaving it for Suter. 1:35 to go, third period. As Iginla will send Chicago back. He has the only goal from T-Top. Not coming back in the second period. Suter. Craven shooting it in. Tabaracci plays it himself. Oh, look out! Oh, Tabaracci was almost the GOAT. Belfour going to the bench. Hawks with a sixth attacker as Roenick comes over the boards. Net is empty. Suter on the puck. Flames look for it, and a soft touch by Albelin gets it down the ice. Chelios watched by Stern. You see the clock. The score is 1-0. Hawks changing, almost had too many men as Carney was careful coming over. Here's Chason. Whacking one off the boards and past Chelios. Icing indicated. A race for the puck. Stern against Carney. Carney gets there first. 41.7 seconds left. Nail-biting time at the Saddledome. Face-off coming up to the left of Rick Tabaracci.
Boy, oh boy. Tabaracci went out to play the puck, and he's able to talk about this one and smile about it. I'll be interested to hear about this a little bit later. Jeepers, that was close, Ken. Tabaracci thought he had the puck and it was rolling a little bit. Bernie Nichols almost put one in off of his chest. That was a close one. Chicago's called a timeout, I believe, here. Hartsburg taking a little bit of extra time to dictate what will do or will be done if the faceoff is won or lost. When you've got an extra man, as Chicago will, with the goaltender pulled. Here was a look here as the puck came out.
What was Tabaracci thinking on that?
I mean, he was thinking he was going to get the puck out.
Well, I know, but he'd yell at his defenseman, never shoot it up the middle of the ice. Use the boards.
Well,
at least he had no one to blame but himself.
With an extra man, whether you win or lose the draw, if everybody does their job, you should be able to get the puck back. 41 seconds remaining in the third period with the face-off in the offensive zone. You got a great opportunity to generate a scoring chance. Ron Stern just a hair behind, forcing Carney to the puck. Carney stick just in the nick of time. A great effort by Ron Stern in trying to prolong this period without another whistle.
All right, let's set the stage for you. Fleury, T-Top, Chason, Patrick, Dean Evison on the all-important draw with Bernie Nichols, who has Murphy, Daze, Roenick, Chelios, and Suter. Murphy, covered by Chason, moved into the circle. That will force out Nichols, so of course in this situation you'd have a couple of centers out there, so Jeremy Roenick moves in, as does Fleury.
You got to be really clever in these situations. Don't let anybody take you to the ice.
Right off the draw, Daze controls. Shot blocked. Suter, Fleury gives chase. In front, Tabaracci save. Chason clears it into a crowd. Puck is still loose. Now it's underneath some bodies, and finally Mark Brissett blows the whistle. Paul Tabaracci at his acrobatic best with 28.1 seconds left.
Well, that volley took 13 seconds. There was all kinds of chances in front of the net. Tabaracci concentrating, trying to find the puck. Murphy pretty good in tight. Look at where he is. He gets position, and he's right inside. Lots of Hawks and Flames. Simply a jungle, a war. When you get involved in these sorts of scrums, you just go until you hear the whistle, and then a little bit more to make sure.
So they'll do it all over again. Nichols against Evason.
This is Nichols' strong side on the faceoff.
Hawks control. Suter's shot whistled wide. Chelios to Suter. Shot through. That went wide of the net. Titoff on it. Can he clear? No, he can't. Chelios spinning. That went wide of the net. Centered in front of the goal. Does he? Oh, Tabaracci stopped that. Puck loose side of the net. Scores! With 8.3 seconds left, Chicago's tied it up.
Well, what a volley by the Chicago Blackhawks. You talk about taking this game down to the wire. This started right off the face-off. Bernie Nichols wins the drawback, and Gary Suter missed once. A couple of great blocks by the Flames, including Chason. But at the side of the net, some patience by the Blackhawks. Watch the right side of your screen. It's so easy to want to go to the scrum. Roenick waits and waits, and as the puck comes across, he gets a stick on it. Patience by Roenick, and it pays off big time for the Chicago Blackhawks and Jeremy Roenick.
Well, Roenick, prior to this game, had a goal and 3 helpers. Wasn't getting a lot of shots, but what a big shot that was. And there you see the celebration on the Blackhawks benches. Fans here at the Saddledome just in disbelief after their team had played such a super game. But hey, it's not over yet. Roenick from Murphy and Suter at 19:51. Roenick's second of this series. Zalapsky turns back. As time will expire. So the Flames and the Blackhawks with Chicago looking to put Calgary away. Have not done it yet. Through 60 minutes, they'll go to overtime.
Well, how big are face-offs? Bernie Nichols on his strong side won the draw back. Gary Suter got it, just missed, but that allowed Chicago to keep possession. Nichols a right-handed shot. He hasn't played a great game, but he really bared down here. Wins the draw back. Roenick gets it to Suter, and everything starts from there. Chicago doing a great job in keeping this puck in, and it was this entire flurry that ended up resulting in the goal. All sorts of traffic. Tabaracci with excellent concentration. You got to kind of sit back and keep an eye on everything in these types of circumstances, and even then, sometimes the outcome, as I said, when you've got the extra attacker, is the outcome that we saw. Chason with a tremendous block, and Roenick sneaks around from behind the net. Goal scorers do that play regularly. Start at one side of the net, go a full 180 degrees to the other side. Hopefully nobody catches you, and you get that result.
Well, don't go anywhere. We've got some overtime magic coming up here at the Saddledome and elsewhere. 1-1 after 60 minutes.
Kenneth flies out, save, rebound. Powers working into the corner. Wilson. Now McDonald gets it. He takes the shot. Here's a big opportunity. Chinelli with McDonald. Chinelli over to McDonald. Scores! The Calgary Flames will go on to the Smythe Division final against the Edmonton Oilers.
Welcome back to Calgary. We're moments away from the first period of overtime, and we asked both head coaches if they have a strategy going into an extra period come playoff time, and they do.
Well, I think most overtimes you'll see that they end in the first 5 to 10 minutes, so there's no sense holding anything back. If we get to overtime, we'll be the same as we always are. We'll try to be aggressive on the puck and create some chances that way.
I would like to go for the win. You know, we try to preach all year not to be passive, and we did very well in overtime games this year because we went at people, we attacked, and we weren't afraid to play in the overtime.
Ken Daniels, Jim Poplinski here in the broadcast booth. Overtime about to get underway. There you see the score, Jerome McGinley. In the second period for Calgary, Jeremy Roenick with 8.3 seconds left for the Blackhawks, who are looking to finish off the Flames tonight and not have a Game 5 in Chicago on Thursday. Gary Suter. Cross to Weinrich, and outside the line, Ronnie Stern, Sullivan, and Paul Cruz starting up front for Calgary, and immediately Sullivan heads to the bench. Jerome McGinley out there. His goal in the second from Titoff, the only one for the Flames, is Jeremy Roenick, the hero for Chicago. Skates through, and a skate save made by Rick Tabaracci. As Suter has to go back along with Chelios. Belfour out to play.
Roenick had a 2-on-1. He elected to shoot. He did it quickly, and Tabaracci had to be right on the mark with the toe of his skate to stop that.
Chelios knocks that puck ahead. Chase on defense along with Salavsky. Nichols up on the forecheck. That went off the skate at center. No icing as Suter goes back. Belfour plays it around the boards. Fleury up on the check quickly. So is Patrick. Shot off the high glass back of the goal. Fleury look to wrap it around. McGinley wanting to feed it back for Fleury. Couldn't, still has it. Titoff in the corner takes it from him. Chelios working on Titoff. One hand on that stick. Muscles it through to Patrick. Chelios out of position. Patrick looks for a man in front as Chelios gets back. Suter dumped him. Titoff stripped him of the puck and shoots. Save made. Belfour up high, and Belfour able to hang on to that. As we played a minute and 36 seconds of this overtime period.
Well, we should see lots of action in and around both goal creases. You don't get complicated in overtime. Everybody says it, and it's one of those cases where most people do what they say. Get the puck at the net, jam the net, don't make the extra pass, make the goalie stop it. Belfour does that, picks up the rebound as well.
Well, overtime has not been kind to the Calgary Flames. There you see they've lost their last 6 overtime playoff games. Lost last year's series to San Jose at 154, the second OT. And lost the series 2 years ago to Vancouver at 220 of the second overtime in Chicago. There you see it, 10-0 record. After winning the first 3 games of the series, they've gone on to sweep. All 10 times they've been in this position, looking for 11 now. Weinrich, bumped quickly by Jocelyn Lemieux. On the puck is Nylander to Lemieux. They cycle it in the corner. Brent Sutter cancels Nylander back of the net. Sweeney on it. Watched by Carney. Leaves it there, but too far for Lemieux, and that's knocked down the ice. Tommy Alberlin on defense along with Jamie Huscroft. Gets it to Nylander. Now to Bob Sweeney. The man with the most playoff experience in the Flames shoots, and Belfour got that left hand out to hang on. We played 2 minutes, 10 seconds of overtime.
Sweeney gobbling up the open ice. A nice job. It's simple to look around and wait for somebody to come, but Sweeney right on top of things. Pretty well placed shot as well. Had the head up. Make the goaltender move if at all possible. Ideally, it's nice if you can stop him from sucking it up in his glove. But you do the next best thing possible, and that's exactly what Sweeney did. Belfour had to make the save.
Greg Hartsburg looking at a face-off to the right of Ed Belfour. Mike Sullivan will take this draw. And the puck comes to Gary Suter. To Tony Amonte off the boards and out. Chase on. Behind Stern, who catches up with the puck. Stern not in good shooting position. Wheels one in behind the goal. Cruz getting in there. Checks Roenick and gets it in deep. Sullivan behind the net. Here's Weinrich to take it. Leaving it for Suter. Roenick accelerating through center. Skating away from Cruz, and across the line he comes. But gave it up to Sullivan. He'll look for an outlet off the glass and back into the Hawk zone. No icing. Approaching the 3-minute mark of the first overtime period. We're tied at 1-1. Tabaracci will play it. This time we'll make sure it gets out and down the ice. Unlike late in that third. And that's touched in the face-off. Will come back into the Flame zone.
Well, you want to avoid as many face-offs on your own end as you can. Bernie Nichols won the last face-off in the Calgary end. Won it straight back, and after a great play by Chris Chelios, the puck was kept in, and the Roenick goal resulted. You never know what's going to happen, and as a result, you want to make sure, even in those little areas, you make the safe play, especially when it's overtime.
Well, the Flames controlled that face-off. Jerome McGinley, look at the patience to wait and get that out to Theoren Fleury. This kid taking it all in and not bothered by it. Now goes after the puck. McGinley skates away from Craven. McGinley looks to wrap it around. Belfour got the stick down to stop that. Titov couldn't hold it in. Joe Murphy with the puck. He'll backhand one into the left wing corner. And that's where Nichols is heading. He's beaten to the puck, and again the Flames will get it out. But this time Chicago takes over. Captain Chelios. His long shot. Stopped by Tabaracci. Yanni on it. Comes to McGinley. Getting it to the line. Fleury on Kearney quickly. Patrick moves it up with Titov, and Yanni joins the rush. Titov left wing side. His shot. Belfour saves and stopped that with his pad, and he'll hang on, getting that big glove on it. We've played exactly 4 minutes in our first overtime. Still tied 1-1.
Shots 33-27 in favor of the Flames.
They were 10-10 in the third, all even.
Pretty even game back and forth. Chicago not at the top of their game at the start. Give credit to the Flames doing a lot of this. Getting pucks through and then charging to the rebound. Belfour has had to make a similar number of saves to some of the other games, but they've been a lot better scoring chances. This guy knows how to get to the puck. Made a couple of shifts there to get away from the defenseman covering him, and then attempted the wraparound as well.
Well, Pierre Paget's gone back to some lines that worked through him for part of the year, and it's Nylander, Sweeney, and Lemieux out there. Chance, Sutter, and Probert for Chicago. Sweeney on the draw to Nylander, shooting through a screen, but Belfour got down to hang on to that.
So these overtime games can make or break you at times. You know, you get a team that's had a tough time, where people are questioning their character, and you win an overtime game, all of a sudden everybody grows about 6 inches, and that could happen to Michael Nylander. He got that puck through. He's a very skilled player. Looked right through to get the puck onto Eddie Belfour. A guy like that gets a goal, you never know what it can do to elevate his play for the next game and for the next season. It can be that dramatic of an improvement in somebody's view on the game.
Sweeney and Sutter, puck still loose, and Chicago will control. Gary Suter on it ahead to Bob Probert. He's taken his first 2 penalties of this series here tonight. Derek Weinrich, the 4-point man in game 3, is hit hard by Jamie Huscraft, who lay on the body nicely as Weinrich brought it in the zone. Alberlin chance, they fight for it. Alberlin gets it up the boards. It's taken low by Sutter. He can't clear. Tabaracci fires it around the boards, and it'll come out with some help from Jocelyn Lemieux away to the races with Nylander. Suter back. Nylander couldn't get a good shot away. In too close to his feet. Here's Huscroft at the point. His shot just whistled wide, and Alberlin will skate back to it.
Nylander made a valiant effort to get that shot away. Lemieux did the right thing and moved it quickly. The pass was just a little bit off the mark.
Sent back to the Flames line. Steve Chason on it. Roenick watching him. Roenick does a Monte for Chicago. Sullivan got turned around in the high slot. Chason skates back. 14:50 to go in the first overtime with a 1-1 tie. Weinrich getting it ahead to Roenick. Daze moving in on the right wing side with that huge reach. Into Roenick, Amate in the slot. Trying to look for open ice. Roenick finds Chelios, right point. Now to Weinrich. Traffic in front of Tavaracci, who's way out in front of it. And he's able to hang on. Well, you never know, providing this one ends in time. We'll start off tomorrow night with Game 3 at the Fleet Center. The Panthers and the Bruins swing coast to coast, 4:30 Pacific, 5:30 Mountain Time. And again, these two teams will play 4 games in 5 nights. This is just Game 3 coming up tomorrow on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. You didn't have plans tonight, did you, Pep?
No, Ken, I just enjoy sitting here watching these kinds of games all night. This has been a solid hockey game, back and forth, up and down, round and round. We'll see where it ends.
Best game of this series thus far, obviously, because it's the closest, but Calgary has come up with their best effort, desperate times. Knocked by Iginla, almost got a break. Bernie Nichols will turn it up. Bucks slide one into the Calgary zone. Murphy, Nichols, Craven up front for Chicago. Fans gasping every time play is made in front of the net. Chelios heads to the bench. Over the boards comes Weinrich on defense with Carney. Quick feed up for Titov. Again, a good job to stay onside. Nice move by Titov. But gave it up to Craven. Fleury couldn't knock it away from him, and 3 Hawks. Craven and Nichols. High slot. He stopped. Fleury turns it back with Jocelyn Lemieux. Trailing his elbow in. Fleury the shot. Fell for the save and cleared up to Murphy. Chicago wants a change as Murphy slips one through. Huskroft up to Lemieux. That was dangerous. Nylander lost it to Savard at center ice. Then Probert turned it over. Another chance for Nylander. This time in deep it goes. Nylander moving up on the forecheck. Huskroft pinches in. Getting over there is Lemieux to knock it to Nylander. His shot just went wide. Sweeney pitches his man to the boards. Puck loose in the corner. Nylander on it. No white sweater in front of the net. Nylander would be happy to get a whistle in there if he could, but Savard pokes that puck free and comes away with it. To Brent Sutter to Gary Suter. Former Flame up to Denny Savard. Into the slot it goes. Probert on it. Comes to Suter. One-time shot. Nice block by Jocelyn Lemieux, and out it comes. Going in overtime, they'll sacrifice their body. Ronnie Stern on the move. Going to the front of the net is Cruz. That shot was stopped by Belfour. Chelios off the glass and down the ice. Evelyn going after it. Will it have enough steam for icing? It will. With 12:04 to go in the first overtime period.
Well, the overtime just as even as the first 3 periods were. You always wonder when a team scores with only a few seconds remaining in a hockey game whether the team that's scored against is going to be down and give up some momentum in the opening minutes of the overtime period. That has not been the case.
Well, the shots in the overtime, Calgary has 7 to Chicago's 3, and there you see the game total. 1 point in the third. Calgary had a 9-2 edge in shots, finished up 10-10 as Chicago began to pour it on and ultimately got the equalizer from Roenick with 8.3 seconds left. Jerome Iginla has scored for Calgary. Here comes Roenick. Has it knocked off his stick, went to Daze, who keeps on the puck. There's Amate in for Roenick, just out of his reach. Roenick and Zalapski bump. 33 trying to come up with that puck behind the net. He seals Amate to the boards. And Amate kicked it free. Daze in the slot. Puck didn't come out front. Zalapski played a safe one out, or so he thought. It hit Cruz. Now the Flames are clear. Ronnie Stern bumped by Weinrich at the line as he heads off. Nichols, quick feed, Murphy shooting, and that just missed the stick side on Tabaracci. Oh, Murphy's mad at himself that he missed that. Puck still loose, Murphy another shot. Gets it into Nichols. Fleury blocked that outlet. And sends it down the ice. Icing coming up against Calgary. We've played 9 minutes of this overtime period.
Ken, Joe Murphy's been talking to his stick for the last 15 seconds after he drilled that shot just wide. Picked up the puck inside the blue line. Tabaracci's leg is there. Murphy wants to hit the net. You want to make the goalie stop the puck. Don't give him any breaks by shooting it wide.
Murphy has 15 shots to lead the Blackhawks, and that would have been a timely one, as you say, to put on goal. He was benched for part of game 2, was Joe Murphy, for a slash on Jocelyn Lemieux, but hasn't had any bad penalties since. Here's Patrick in the slot. Shot just went wide. As Joe Murphy will skate it out. One-on-one against Fleury. Has a forward skating back into the slot. Comes to Carney to Chelios. His shot. Save made. Murphy. Oh, and he can't knock the rebound down, and Tabaracci hangs on. A bouncing puck that Murphy couldn't get to sit.
Well, Murphy was looking for a snow shovel as Chelios got the puck to the net. That's where you like to have a big blade on your stick. Tell you, Theoren Fleury's not a defenseman. He does an excellent job in keeping Murphy to the outside. But look where Murphy comes to, not unlike Roenick. It's a great play for a goal scorer. They swoop around the net, and you follow them halfway and then forget about them by the time they've gotten there. And oops, look where Murphy is.
Oh, and look where Patrick is. He would have said the old deja vu all over again.
Murphy is a split second away from timing that one perfectly. Let's see if we can see the stick hit right here. He's just off getting it on the one hopper. Tabaracci continues to focus on the puck and eventually hoovers it in.
Joe Murphy with 22 goals and 51 points in the regular season. 30 of those came on the road. He was +7 on the road and -10 at home. So go figure that one. On the road, he comes to play.
Or the team is a little bit more disciplined on the road. A lot of the time you get home and you're trying to impress everybody. You score lots of goals, but you get just as many or more scored against you.
Benny Savard against Bob Sweeney. Every face-off now and every offensive zone so important. Sweeney ties up Savard and Chason comes in to pick it up. Pass was behind Evison, who was skating through center. This will be icing again as Clint Sutter is first man back.
Well, Steve Chason with a couple of goals two days ago. Sunday afternoon, he pumped a couple of real beauties by Ed Belfour. Going into the game tonight, he was leading his team in scoring. That's the good news. The bad news is it was with 3 points and with only 1 goal scored up until the outburst in game 3. Calgary had not been putting a lot of points on the board for anyone.
Yep, he was tied with Theoren Fleury, who the past 3 playoff seasons has been in the top 3 in scoring at the end of the first round, but goals tough to come by against these Blackhawks. If they do advance, they'll be a force for any team that meets them. Tabaracci into the corner. Probert, and he bumped back of the net. Sheldon Kennedy in quickly on the forecheck against Weinrich. Benny Savard, even at 35, should be pretty fresh. Hasn't seen a lot of ice time in any of the games so far. Kennedy gets it to Dean Evison. Tried to feed one back, but 2 Hawks cut off his path as Probert skates away. Probert with Savard and drops it for him. Into Suter, high slot. Shooting! Save made! Tabaracci underneath them. Didn't know where it was. As Suter came in looking for the rebound, and Tabaracci was looking to give him an elbow and just held back.
Well, you gotta love the way Suter and Chelios follow the puck up. Talk about guys that have a nose for the net and for a big play in a game. Gary Suter is one of them. Shoots the puck. Look, he keeps going. Takes a quick look to make sure that he's not going to get caught defensively, and then here he is driving to the net. Suter doing a great job in trying to get this game for the Hawks.
Face-off coming up to the left of Rick Tabaracci. Shots 37-30, favoring the Flames. Jeremy Roenick, the only man to beat Rick Tabaracci. Jerome McGinley beating Ed Belfour in the second period. Here's Roenick against Fleury. Fleury ties up Roenick, waiting for help, goes to Amonte! And Tabaracci makes the save. Well, we talked face-offs, Jim, and that one Theo was looking for some help.
I think that Tabaracci might have got that right in the yap. Roenick stays strong on the puck and just gets it the last second. You bet. Tabaracci right in the chin. That rattled him a bit. But still, great concentration to hoover up the rebound.
Well, Tony Amonte has had 5 game-winning goals during the regular season for Chicago. Off the draw to Chelios, down to Kearney. Kearney sends one through, but Sullivan's there. Nice job by Chason to tie up Gaze in the slot.
And that's not an easy thing to do with that big octopus. His arms are about 40 inches long, and he's strong and heavy as well. Just let you push him a little bit, and you wear yourself out more than you accomplish anything else. Chason doing a super job getting Gaze out from in front of the net.
Well, Brian Bellows, when he scored for the Lightning, had been the longest playoff game this season at 9 minutes, and now we are the longest in these NHL playoffs this campaign. Tied 1-1 as the Flames will have to clear the zone. Kearney getting it to Craven, who just got it inside the line, and it stays in as Nichols knocked it deep. But again was there to play that one ahead. It was just out of Fleury's reach, or he would have been one-on-one against Kearney, who takes it. Steve Kearney quickly to Joe Murphy. His pass finds his seam for Craven, but that was knocked off by Titoff, who was bumped by Nichols. Here's Iginla, but it hopped over his stick on the pass from Fleury. Gary Suter, checked by Iginla. Puck right at the Hawks blue line, and they'll get a face-off.
Well, overtime, what a great chance to really enjoy the game, and that's where you see guys like Suter excel, and youngsters as well. Iginla not concerned about anything other than having fun, and it's so refreshing to see guys come into the league and you ask them what they like about it. And contracts aren't mentioned, free agency isn't mentioned. He says, I'm having fun. His mom says he called and said he had a lot of fun, and isn't that what hockey's all about? Having fun and enjoying the competition.
He said game 1 he had so little sleep, a few hours. He was just running on adrenaline. Game 3 in this series, his first game on Sunday. Probably still a little bit of it tonight.
Well, I'm sure there's lots left of that to go around when it comes to his psyche.
Sweeney, Jocelyn Lemieux, and Michael Nylander up front for Calgary as Elvelin's back to get it. Another icing call, this time against the Hawks, who have Probert out there, along with Brent Sutter and Denny Savard.
Well, it's not very often that Chris Chelios gets up over 40 minutes in a game, but when there's overtime, add another 7 minutes to that before this overtime period ends. If it does, Chelios will be well over 40 minutes. And if you've watched his game at all this evening, that's not a game where he's been sitting back. He's been jumping up into the play, competing in front of the net. Tremendous condition to play those sorts of minutes with the way Chelios plays it.
He plays more than a minute for every year of his life. 34-year-old in great shape, play upwards of 40 in a game, and I guess the older you get, you do learn to pace yourself. Yeah, that's a key.
It's a good thing he's not 50.
I know. Never come off the ice to play the entire game.
Nobody else can get a chance to play.
He could still play at 50. He's in great shape. To the point, here's Huscroft shooting. That just deflected wide of the net. Weinrich shot. Gets it around to Savard, up to Suter. Now to Probert. Got it in on his forehand to Brent Sutter. He's sealed to the boards by Huscroft and a good hit. Sutter on the puck again. Huscroft giving him a bit of a cross check. Brent Sutter takes exception to that behind the play as the Flames skated out. Elvelin, what a force he's been tonight at both ends of the ring. Moving it up the ice, blocking shots. Here the Flames steal into the slot. Sullivan shooting. And that was stopped in front of Belfour, and the Hawks, out of desperation, just clear that puck. With 7:03 to go in this first overtime, the faceoff coming back to the left of Ed Belfour.
Every one of these opportunities, when they're not scored, the people that have had the chance will go through it in their minds a number of times, but especially if their team doesn't win the game. Sullivan here gets a chance. Now Suter is prepared to take that one in the yap. You see him grimace. Mike Sullivan will be thinking about that tonight as he goes to bed, thinking, gee, should I have tucked it in? Should I have tried to make the deke? He did the right thing. He got the shot away. And Gary Suter did the right thing as well, and that's why it ended up being a push.
Face off to the left of Ed Belfour. Sullivan on that draws. The Hawks control. Here's Ronnie Stern. Gets it into the slot. Selatsky able to hold that puck in. Sullivan back, helping out his D as Cruz gets over there to get it to Chaseoff. Stepping across center off the high glass. Belfour will settle it. He'll wire one around the board. What a good bounce for Calgary. Selatsky. Checked by Amante. Selatsky trying to work it past Carney, who gets bumped. Selatsky still able to hold that puck in. And again he held it in. Finally, Tony Amante will carry up. Two Chelios on the rush, right inside. Daze goes to the front of the net. Pass to him, too well covered by Zarley Selatsky. And Chason just flips that one up. It goes into the seats with 6:20 to go on our first overtime. 1-1.
Well, what a neat turn of events for Craig Hartsburg. He finds himself coaching with Lorne Henning and Dirk Graham. He played with one guy and played for the other guy. And the guy that is now the coach is calling all the shots with the guy he played with and the guy that coached over him. So the old comment about burning bridges goes a long way when it comes to Hartsburg. I wonder if Lorne Henning ever had Craig do some things that he wasn't too fond of.
Of course, Hartsburg worked with Page in Minnesota. It's set off Suter's stick, or it didn't hit his stick, says Ray Scampanello. And the faceoff will come back once again into the Calgary zone. And of course, Craig Hartsburg, 10 playing seasons in Minnesota, always hated Chicago with that intense rivalry. The only North Star defenseman to record a hat trick versus the Hawks was their coach now, Craig Hartsburg.
There's some great games in the past between the old North Stars and Chicago Blackhawks.
On the draw, Fleury against Nichols, and Yanni takes it. Quick feed is Tita. Just gets it out to center. Play on side at the Chicago line as Iginla bumps Chelios. Fleury picked it up, but it came out across the line and sent back in by Yanni. Chris Chelios, the Chicago native, a 7-time All-Star. Gets it ahead to Bernie Nichols. To Murphy. Tita wouldn't let him pass. Knocked down at center ice by Yanni. Up with Fleury, gives it to Iginla. Moves it in deep for Fleury. Carney and Iginla both drop their sticks. Iginla goes to the bench. He'll have to get another one. Carney moves it up for Joe Murphy. Another shot! Hit the side of the net. Tabaracci got a piece of it, and it hit the outside of the post. Huskroft knocks Nichols to the ice. T-Top tied up by Craven. T-Top hook. No call. Fans wanted one. Murphy feeds it off and goes to the front of the net. Shot deflected behind the goal. Murphy on it again. Fleury whacked it in as T-Top. Gets it ahead for Fleury, and he'll take no more chances. Sends it down the ice. Lemieux in a race for it with Weinrich, who beats him to it. 4:47 to go now. First overtime, 1-1.
Now for a young coach, Craig Hartsburg looks very, very calm behind the bench. Lorne Henning said after game one, I'm sure he was nervous for his first Stanley Cup playoff game. Here's a look at what the fans wanted. There's a hook on German Titov. That didn't happen. Lorne Henning, the man that used to coach Craig Hartsburg, now is his very able assistant.
And you know, Pierre Pagé said he admired Craig Hartsburg because he was an assistant 4 seasons in Philadelphia. And a lot of guys, he says, think they should go on and be an NHL coach right away, but he stepped back, went to the OHL, coached Guelph, was OHL Coach of the Year, and works his way back up. And not many will want to take that route. Here's Nylander up with Evason, who had to stay on side. Puck never did get in across the line. Now Evason makes sure, sends it in, and heads to the bench. Coming over the boards, and his spot is Jocelyn Lemieux. Left wing pass for Denny Savard. Savard up there with Probert, along with Brent Sutter. Sutter trading walks with Lemieux. Nylander and Savard fought for it. Savard has it. Savard with the spinorama move, tried to get it in front. Albolin wouldn't let him. Albolin knows all about these pressure situations. Here's Jocelyn Lemieux, leaves it for Bob Sweeney. And a rolling puck, he couldn't get the shot away. Brent Sutter, with Savard at his path, cut off by Zalapsky. Suter was in deep, now turns back. As Chason gets it to Nylander. He couldn't control Chelios' turns. Head for a speeding Jeremy Roenick. Roenick muscle, but not off the puck. Centers in front. Knocked away. Point to Kearney. Rink wide Chelios. Shooting in front. Does a rebound. Tabaracci makes the save. And the Flames crews will skate it out and get it into Chicago territory as Amonte behind the play, mixing it up with Zalapsky. Fawcett tells them to cool. Zalapsky kept it in, but Chelios is on.
Well, the penalty tolerance level is certainly increased here.
Here's Daze. That big frame cuts in on goal. Tabaracci makes the save. Amonte leaving it for Roenick. Back to the point. Shot is blocked. Suter dumped. Then Sullivan is hit by the back checking of Roenick. And Suter still tied up way back the Calgary line as he's tied up with Cruz. Zalapsky carrying up. Murphy picked his pocket and skates away, gives it to Craven. Craven shooting. Tabaracci save. Rebound. Sullivan's there. That puck underneath Craven, and Mark Fawcett blows the whistle and the face-off with them outside the Calgary zone. 2:34 to go in this first overtime period. Life and death, of course, for the Calgary Flames.
Boy, some great action in front of Rick Tabaracci, and he has had to be sharp. Daze with a couple of great chances. You talked about the big frame, Ken. He gets a step on you, gets the arm out, and he's finding a way to go to the net. The left shot coming down the right side gives him a better angle. And he does get a good shot away. And who's getting the puck to the net here? Chelios. Once again, Daze is right in front. Look at the leg stop here as Tabaracci kicks it up. And to Tabaracci's credit, even though this game is almost 4 periods old, he's jumping right back to his feet after he makes the stop.
Wait for excitement, this one matching the level of that Vancouver-Colorado game we saw last night. What a great game that was.
That was a heck of a hockey game. Unlikely hero.
Coming through is Kearney. His shot stopped. So that means we have to get someone like Sandy McCarthy to score for Calgary here.
Well, you get in these games and the goals are not generally real pretty ones. Get the puck to the net, come in late, pass from the corner like Odjick got last night for Vancouver to win that hockey game. Simple hockey. As there's more and more on the line, you get more and more simple.
Well, you said that last game on Sunday when Flames trailed 5-1, keep it simple one at a time. They got within one, and then they didn't keep it simple and took too many chances and ended up losing by 2. Here's Craven. That pass back, picked off by Titov. Up with Fleury, along with Iginla. Iginla goes to the net. Fleury shooting off Iginla. Titov in front. Puck to him. He was too well tied up. Here's Joe Murphy the other way. Catching up is Craven. He gives chase, but Albolin beats him to it. Soft pass ahead by Titov to Iginla to Fleury. Return feed. Iginla shooting, and Belfour stopped that. Titov on the puck. He's hauled down by Murphy, who skates it out. Getting it up to the Chicago line. Here's a break. Lemieux shoots. And a nice save made there by Belfour with 1:22 left in the first overtime period.
Well, a nifty little play by Fleury up to Iginla. And I think that Eddie Balfour might have been starting to cheat across a little bit to Zarley Zalapski as he jumped in. You judge for yourself here. Iginla watches Balfour and he starts to come across to Zalapski and tries to poke it up top. Pretty crafty move for a kid that's 18 years old. Zarley Zalapski with great skating ability and conditioning. Look at him sneaking in. He would have been free. Bernie Nichols was whacking instead of skating. Iginla tried to go up over the left shoulder of Balfour.
And I guess when you get to this point in the hockey game, you end up whacking instead of skating. You're just dog tired around now, and sometimes mentally you just forget, take those 2 extra steps.
Well, it's mental more than anything. In most of these games, Ken, there's very few guys that are so fatigued that they can't continue to play. You look at a guy like Chelios, he's played well over 40 minutes of hockey now, and he's still up and down the ice. And it's one of the reasons that you bust your tail in the summer. It doesn't always, or it is not always required, but boy, it sure is nice to have that conditioning level.
Right off the draw, that shot is blocked. Up the stick of Jason. Bob Probert. He's taken hard into the boards by Zarley Zalapski as Jocelyn Lemieux, who will be a unrestricted free agent at season's end. Carries through center. A 10-year veteran making below the league average. Goes after the puck in the corner. Less than a minute to go in this first overtime. Brent Sutter up with Denny Savard and Probert. Probert shooting. Tabaracci stopped that. Made the save. He was dumped in front. I think you saw that one late. Jason moved it ahead to Zalapski, who's trying to cover up for his error, getting it out. Now it comes loose to Daze. Zalapski dropped his stick, went to get it. Nice play there made by Sullivan to take it away, or Nylander rather, to take it away before Daze could get his shot. Chelios, his pass for Suter too far. James Patrick pumped, but got it inside the Hawk zone. Cleared out to center ice. Roenick takes a look and spots Tony Amonte. 12 seconds left in this first overtime. Chelios looked to center. He's knocked to the ice. Daze on it. Roenick in the corner. Patrick watching him. Daze centered. Oh, and just shot wide by Tony Amonte. I don't think it would have counted just as the buzzer went. It would have been close, but I don't think that would have counted. Just as time expired, he shot wide. Let's take a look at it.
Well, you might not think it would have counted, but here's one guy that doesn't want to know whether it would have or not. Amonte sneaks in. Talk about having to play till the final buzzer. About 6 inches on the long side of the net. Got to get a little bit closer. Otherwise, these types of chances materialize. An even period. Shots 40 for the Flames, 36 for the Hawks after 80 minutes of play.
You know what? The Flames, if you're thinking about the past history, would have loved to win it in the first overtime. We mentioned in all overtimes haven't been kind to Calgary of late, lost their last 6, but their last 2 series losses all happened in the second overtime and very early. So for Calgary, they're thinking, let's at least get by the first few minutes and take it from there. But obviously both teams would have liked to have ended it early, and both teams had some pretty good chances in that first extra period.
In fact, too many good chances both ways for the coaches.
So we've decided Blackhawks, the goal to our left with Ed Belfour. Rick Tabaracci, hasn't he been terrific tonight? And the goal to our right is the Flames had failed to clear the zone, so we've got an offside. Shots 40 to 36, favoring Calgary after the first overtime period.
Wow, Jeepers, we've been around long enough tonight to have our second split screen. Belfour and Tabaracci 4 shots apart. The same number of goals against. 10 shots for the Flames in overtime, 1 less than the Blackhawks at 11.
We'll see if we're around long enough to give you another quad split. Shots for the Blackhawks 11-10 in the first overtime period. Here's Jeremy Roenick. Roenick put on the brakes. Daze shooting, and that one went high and out. Look out. Daze put that whole huge frame behind that shot, all 6'4", 202 pounds, and let it rip.
That puck went straight up and then out about 40 rows into the end.
Apparently it's still on its way.
Look at how high it went, and in a hurry. Not one power play advantage in the overtime. And as we did discuss in the overtime, this game got much more physical and the tolerance level of Monsieur Fawcett increased substantially.
It's called a good game tonight. Theron Fleury broke his stick on that draw, went over to get a new one and has one, and here's T-Top. Moving it ahead to a Ginland of T-Top. Knocked it into the corner. Ginland gives him some room by blocking Carney and went to the net. And the puck just went past him. Here's Joe Murphy. Feeding it ahead for Craven. Nichols skating crew. Craven in back of the goal. Fleury couldn't get it by Murphy, but got a good Calgary bounce right to him and got lucky there as it came out. T-Top leaving it for Fleury. Fleury got the shot away, went off Chelios and on the back of the net, and Fleury couldn't dig it free. And a deflection, so the face-off will come up to the right of Ed Belfour.
Well, Chelios and Suter not spending a whole bunch of time together with the exception of power plays. Still, each of them has got very impressive ice time totals. Chelios now will have over 45 minutes. He's been on for a minute in the 5th period. Gary Suter, no slouch either at almost 36 minutes through 4 periods of hockey.
Gary Suter, his all-time high, 23 goals with Calgary, 92-93. San Jose Sharks, last year right here to oust the Flames, scored at 1:54 of the second overtime. Haven't gone that long yet, played a minute 18 seconds. That goal deflected by Ray Whitney to end the hopes of the Calgary Flames. Sergei Makarov shot Whitney the side of the goal, just deflected it home. San Jose pulled off the huge upset. In the year previous, it was the Vancouver Canucks at 2:20 of the second overtime. Denny Savard circles back and leaves it for Weiner. Cross ice for Gary Suter. Savard batted that one out of the air. The stick was not high though. Savard coming down with it. Then left there, and Michael Nylander turns up with Lemieux. Elbow behind it. Nylander across the line. Looked in for Lemieux. That one hit a skate. Belfour comes way out. So he will hang on. Another face-off in the Chicago zone.
Makes the breadbasket catch when you're confident. You can let those fall down to your belly before you snag them. Now, one thing you got to be careful of when you start to stretch out overtime is that you continue to remember that it is sudden death. There's a tendency, as overtime goes longer and longer, to lose perspective of the urgency. You want to make sure that you got somebody on the bench, whether you're Hartsburg or whether you're Page, that continues to drill that into guys. But you got to stay very focused each and every shift, because one slip up, particularly if you're wearing a white shirt tonight, can mean you're not playing any more hockey until August if you're in the World Cup, or September if you're regular season.
Right off the draw, Huscroft shot. That went high and wide and up into the seats, and now a face-off outside the zone as it went off Huscroft's stick and didn't hit a Hawk on the way out.
Well, over 16,000 here tonight, but lots of people have left, even though this game has gone into overtime. Jamie Huscroft with a pretty good shot.
16,229 in the building tonight. They were hoping for a better walk-up than what they got, because 15-2 for game 1, and it really wasn't until game 7 in last year's playoffs that the Flames sold out. First 2 games were slow, and then fans here, as they'll drop it again, see their team down 3 games to 9.
Well, it's so important to be successful in the first couple of games. You know, with a series like Philly and Tampa, if Philly would have won the first couple, I'm willing to bet that Tampa wouldn't have had much of a showing. But with the success they had, all of a sudden the fever catches.
Jeremy Roenick at center for Chicago. Gaze trying to get it over. That didn't work. Now it's taken away by Sullivan. Shooting! Oh, Belfour got the left hand out to snap that one off the stick of Mike Sullivan.
You know, I think you lose appreciation for how much a goaltender has got to concentrate. The puck looked like it was going down the other end there. But Belfour is watching the play all the time. As soon as it turns around, he's on his way out. Right here, he could have been relaxing, but he's already moving out to face the shot. Look where he is outside the crease to cut the angle off and reduce the chances of Sullivan beating him with a perfect shot. But with good angles and quick reactions, get a face off to Belfour's right.
Sullivan had 3 one night in the series last season against the Sharks.
And they were all beauties.
Yeah, they were. Sullivan out there, along with Cruz and Ron Stern. And a giveaway by Cruz. Roenick getting it back for Weinrich, moving right in. Tabaracci kicked that one away as the Flames clear it out right to Belfour. Suter quickly to Amonte. He lost control of the puck. Cruz on it. Into the slot it goes and out just as quickly, but Roenick overskated the puck. So Eric Weinrich, University of Maine. Third round pick in 85 from New Jersey, got it ahead. Daze shot. Kicked out by Tabaracci on the feed from Jeremy Roenick.
I got to keep telling you, Ken, you're starting to sound a little calm. That was a heck of a scoring chance from Daze. This is sudden death overtime.
Offside at the Chicago line.
We've seen so many good scoring chances in this overtime so far that lose sight of how close Daze was here. Pretty nifty pass by Roenick. Tabaracci had to be right on the mark.
Goaltending's been so good tonight. Shots 42-38 favoring Calgary.
Boy, that one was close. That one was close.
Patrick, long shot in. Chelios just ducking, or did he fall? Wanted to get out of the way of it either way, and he did.
He did the right thing one way or the other.
Yanni on a rolling puck settles it down. Leaves it for James Patrick, the Winnipeg native, up the boards and down, and Chelios goes after. Fleury up front. Titov and Jerome McGinley for the Calgary Flames. Keith Carney to Chris Chelios. Moved it ahead, but Evelyn sends Fleury on his way. Titov offside at the line. So the faceoff coming up again in center ice area. While the Flames have got past the first few minutes. We played 3 minutes, 39 seconds of this overtime period of the second OT. Fans, those that are here, still into it.
Now, it's funny talking with Daryl Sutter this morning. He said, you know, I was blabbing with Dirk Graham, and he said he didn't miss it until the playoffs started. This was a guy that retired when he still could have played. And when the playoffs roll around and you're through the grind of the regular season and you can play, you say, you know what, wouldn't it be nice just to step out there and really enjoy this? Graham feeling that way, but restricted by that headset.
Calgary Flames' longest overtime ever, the 89 final in Montreal. 38 minutes and 8 seconds. Maybe this will bode well for him.
I would have thought that the overtime in Chicago in 1981 was the longest one.
Well, you tell me about stats, and you're remembering that.
Well, I don't know the numbers. I just remember the time.
Probert at center. He can't get anywhere. Jocelyn Lemieux stepped across center ice and shoots it in. Belfour around the boards for Bob Probert. Probert just got it out with the aid of Brent Sutter. And Bob Sweeney will send it in again as he heads to the bench. Cruz missed a hit on Weinrich, but Nylander, point chase on. Save made. Puck loose in front. Cruz couldn't backhand one past Belfour, who comes out and makes sure there's no further action as Cruz and Suter meet in the corner.
I just love when a big hit generates something immediately. Sometimes it's tough, as Paul Cruz grimaces in pain here, to believe that your regular body checks are going to turn nothing into something. But after the big check, Cruz goes back to the net. Look at how he's rewarded. Almost gets a rebound. Belfour's got to come up with a big save off of Chason, and that's all a direct result of Cruz jumping in and crushing his opponent. Cruz coming back into the play. Belfour wiggling to his feet, and then eventually freezing the puck.
And he'll stay out there, Cruz will, with Sullivan and Stern. Jeremy Roenick, one of the 4 Americans to lead the Hawks in scoring, along with Chelios, Suter, and Amonte. Carney playing that puck with his hand, couldn't free it up. Zalewski shot in. And there's Belfour again to hang on. As we played 4:53 of this second overtime period.
Now, there's lots of times in the summer when you're working out and you say, geez, I don't know that I want to do another mile or another lap or another set. And then you start to run into games like this and you're thinking back to the conditioning that you've done throughout the summer months, throughout the regular season. And when you got that extra step, boy, does it ever have made it worthwhile. And if you remember that you're going to do the same thing coming up to be ready the next time you run into a double or triple overtime game.
Same story for the officials like Ron Hasseltine and Ray Scapinello and Mark Facette. Off the draw, Zalapski carries it in deep. Backing him up on the point position is Ronnie Stern. And he'll get a whistle as Roenick and Zalapski will freeze that puck. So they'll do it all over again.
Well, you can see that guys are not quite as alley as they were in the first overtime. Good opportunity for somebody to come out fresh
tonight, of course, before they meeting their next opponent, if that's the case.
Blackhawks have got a charter set up for about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and Calgary's shortly thereafter at 12:30, so both teams ready to go back and play, obviously pending the outcome of this game.
Right off the draw, Zalapski had it deflected by Roenick. And it's knocked in deep by Kennedy. Dean Evison on it. Into the slot it comes. Puck is loose. Kennedy just arrived a fraction of a second too late to knock it in and tried throwing the big hit on Jeremy Roenick. McCarthy up there as well. The other member of this line up front for the Flames. Off of McCarthy, skate to the line, but not in deep. Eric Weinrich plays it ahead, knocked down by Evison. To Kennedy. He doesn't get it in. Dean Evison will try. He's canceled out on that play by Bernie Nichols, who now has it. Nichols, offside though, is Murray Craven, who's used to overtime games, and he was with Vancouver taking on Calgary. Acquired a deal for Christian Ruutu. And it is still tomorrow night, because here in Calgary, we're still a good 8 minutes away from midnight. We'll have the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins. Game 3 from the Fleet Center, 5:30 Mountain Time, 4:30 Pacific. Coast to coast, a Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Florida Panthers with a 2-0 lead over the Bruins heading home. Chris Chelios to Carney. Lead feed for Joe Murphy. Swinging wide but couldn't gain entry. So now Chelios will try. Fleury, Iginla, and Titov up front. Murphy feeding it ahead. Here's Nichols, took the pass from Craven. Fleury there, gets it to Jerome Iginla. One-on-one with Carney. Iginla leaves it for Titov. He's knocked down by Joe Murphy. Iginla checking Joe Murphy. Dumps him to the ice. Mark Facette will choose to overlook that. As that shot up into the penalty box area. So another stoppage in play with 13:25 to go in the second overtime. Pierre Pagé urging on his troops. Really meant as a compliment, of course.
Yeah, because it's a long drop. And you know, if I called you ferret face, would you take that as a compliment?
No, Weasel's okay. We'll take that one. The man they call Savvy at center, Denny Savard for Chicago against Bob Sweeney. A lot of experience out there between those two. Pass ahead to Nylander. His shot going off of Weinrich into the corner. Gosselin Lemieux stops it. Back to the net for Nylander. No one in front to give it to Lemieux. Watched by Brent Sutter. Into the corner to Nylander. Sweeney in front. Nylander watched by Weinrich. Comes out in front himself, shooting. Belfour made the save. Puck loose. Weinrich clears to Probert. Brent Sutter's hurt behind the play. He's limping off to the Chicago bench. Brent Sutter's hurt. Amonte comes over the boards, and Stern brought it in, but Cruz hopped in ahead of the play offside. There's Brent Sutter being helped off to the Blackhawks dressing room.
Well, as we said, and as we've seen Daryl here tonight, you know, it's great how these nicknames come about. Calgary with a couple of different scoring chances here Michael Nylander doing a tremendous job in keeping his feet moving. Look at how he skates and skates and skates. Now, see if we can watch Sutter. Fell down on his knee. I don't like the way that happened. Looked like he just twisted it in a strange sort of way, and those ones are always the worst kind, freak accidents.
Brent Sutter, the former first-round pick of the Isles, all the way back in 1980. One of the 82 and 83 Cup winners for the Islanders as Jeremy Roenick skates it out with Amante and Daze. 3-on-2. Roenick into the slot. Couldn't get a shot away. Here's Chiasson the other way with Stern. And Sullivan moves up. Roenick way behind the play. That shot, Belfour stopped that one, and it goes up into the seats.
Came back the other way. Roenick waited too long before he did something. We've said a few times, sometimes what looks like the selfish play is the right one, and Roenick should have shot earlier or passed earlier. He didn't, and the Flames jumped up the ice. Chiasson wasn't at a great angle, but he took the shot and hit the net. It's bad if he misses and it goes whizzing around. You just saw Monte at the right side of your screen, and that's what happened in the collision with Stern. But regardless, Chiasson found a way to hit the net. Belfour deflected it over the glass, and we've got our 275th face-off of the night.
Theoren Fleury wins it. Back to Yanni. Shot just went wide. Out in front it comes. Titov backhand shot right through the crease. No Flame there to tap it home. Nichols to Murphy. Far side, Craven didn't come to him. Jerome McGinley. Into the left wing corner it goes. Belfour. Will he beat Fleury to it? He does. And Belfour so quick with that stick as the Hawks get it out to center. Trent Yanni, rink wide for Fleury. Off the boards, Nichols gloved that puck down and placed it right on his stick. Nichols waiting for the return feed from Murphy, but so far hasn't come as Patrick hits over there, and another face-off with 11:27 to go in the second overtime and a 1-1 tie.
Ken, if you can cover me for a few minutes, I'm going to run down and grab a dog and a papa.
Well, get me one too. Bernie Nichols, who missed 22 games with a bruised spleen this season. He's a free agent, no compensation season's in.
Calgary dumping a puck out to the right side of the crease. One of the worst plays you can make is to throw the puck blindly in front of the net. If you're not sure there's somebody there, you're better to eat it. Regular time or overtime. But you throw it out in the middle, the opponent's playing good D. They picked the thing up and got an uneven attack. You want to make sure somebody's there before you put it to the slot.
Denny Savard at center. He'll see even more ice time now, what with Brent Sutter hurt. Bob Probert on his left, Jeff Shantz on the right wing. Bob Sweeney, Jocelyn Lemieux, and Michael Nylander up front for Calgary. Puck slapped in by Nylander. Icing waved off. Weinrich around the boards for Probert. He can't clear. Some good work by the Flames. Huscroft to hold it in the zone. In the corner, Lemieux leaves it for Nylander, looking for an open man. Spot Sweeney cross ice. Sweeney shooting. That went wide. Lemieux dumped in front by Suter. And Nylander couldn't work it free, and Jeff Shantz gets it ahead for Probert. He can't break in across the line. There's Albelin again. What a standout he has been as Nylander slaps it in. The Flames change. So do the Hawks. 10:40 left in this second overtime. Shantz's shot. That's deflected by Chiasson. He took a hard hit from Shantz. Around the boards it comes. Chelios is there to hold it in. Sullivan on in quickly. Skating away is Stern. Up with Solapsky, who takes the puck. Nice poke check by Kearney to knock it away. Sullivan got over to hold it in the zone. Belfour almost had his pocket picked by Cruz, but the Blackhawks will get it out. Probert at center. He's at the end of the long shift. Stern fighting for the puck. Finally it comes to Shantz. His pass didn't work. Got it back though. And across the line for Roenick. Nice move. Getting it back for Tony Amante. In for Weinrich. Back in the goal. Tabaracci and Roenick get tied up. Loose in front. Back to the point it comes to Suter to Weinrich. Oh, Daze, if he had knocked that one out of the air, had a gaping 4x6. Here's Amante. Cruz on him. Roenick cruising for that puck and gets it to the point. Suter, one-time shot that was blocked and comes out as Stern got on him quickly, and then the puck was touched as it came back in offside.
You got to get lined up with the guy that's shooting and go straight through him, and that's exactly what Ron Stern does. And Gary Suter makes the right move by making sure that after that shot is blocked, he's not going anywhere. Pretty good control by the Blackhawks, and boy, this one makes your heart stop if you're a Calgary Flame. Suter will get the puck back here, and Ron Stern finds a way to line himself up. You know it's going to hurt. It's the best way to stop the shot coming from the point.
Gathers up that loose puck and circles the net. Fleury into the slot. Oh, Titov, elbow in the shot. That was blocked. And the Hawks will carry out. Here's Murphy. Craven goes to the front of the net with Nichols. Band on the shot, rolls through to Tabaracci, and he'll hang on. There's the war we're seeing tonight. Gary Suter cut on the chin as it's dripping down. And what does he do? Goes right back out there.
Yeah, that won't bother him.
As long as he's not being stitched in Buffalo. Great chance there by Calgary.
Calgary all around the net. Maybe a little tentative and not jumping in. But you want to make sure that if you don't jump in, that you are back defensively, and Calgary was.
Seems so long ago when the Calgary Flames started their season with their first 8 on the road, 13 of 16 away from home. Just one win in October, 4 through November, and what a run they had. And let's not forget how great Gary Roberts was this season too.
Well, absolutely. I'll guarantee you that he's watching this game in the dressing room. And as we've said a couple of times, the only guy that wants to be out there more than his teammates and Page want him out there is Gary himself. The guys that don't want him there are the Hawks, but I'm sure to a man they would take it if they thought his health was going to be better.
Zalapsky to his defense partner Steve Chason. Quick feed ahead for Bob Sweeney. Swings one over for Evason. Evason in front of the net. Sweeney covered by Suter. Highlander on the far side couldn't hold it in. It'll go off Chason down the ice, and Tabaracci will set it up for him with Savard right on to Sweeney. Deflecting it ahead neatly to Nylander. Now Lemieux goes after it. The Hawks able to clear it out. Huskroft had his pass hit chance. Albelin to Nylander. Albelin joins the play. Jocelyn Lemieux with the shot. That went wide. On the far side is Huskroft. Back to the goal for Nylander. Lemieux gathers in that loose puck. Sweeney in front. Pass to him went off James Black, and we haven't seen him in quite some time. Black out there with Chance. And we don't see Black for very long as he heads to the bench. Amante, Daze, Roenick right back out there for Chicago. As both coaches obviously here shorten the bench in Chicago more so than Calgary. Sullivan moves it ahead to Albelin to Cruz. Worked it free. Here's Ronnie Stern. Quick shot in. Belfour will stop that and hang on. Well, while this one's 1-1 here with 7:36 to play in the second overtime, let's review what happened out of town this evening.
Well, Detroit just hammered Winnipeg, although the crowd was as loud as anywhere. It wasn't a 5-goal differential. Toronto and St. Louis, a similar situation, a goal that was disallowed that might have made a difference at the start, but certainly didn't after Corson got a couple, and St. Louis got some shorthanded goals, and Philly showed their dominance over Tampa. That goes back to Philly, and the Rangers, boy, what a story there, coming back to win 2 in Montreal after not having won there since 1727.
Seemed that way. You know Mark Messier, he can will a team to victory if he wants.
How amazing the impact that he has on the outcomes of games.
Well, here are some ice times thus far tonight now.
Well, Chelios is 10 minutes and 2 seconds away from playing a full 60 minutes, and Gary Suter just over 42.5 minutes in these, sneaking up on 5 periods of play.
Off the draw, the Hawks control. 7:30 left in this second overtime period. Weinrich moves it out. Down the ice, Tabaracci signaling icing. And that is exactly what it will be.
Well, starting to look like a little bit of fatigue is setting in here. There's been, not in the last 30 seconds, but in the couple of minutes before, the odd 3-on-2 and unmanned attack. Still lots of smiles across the Chicago bench. Nice and relaxed about this game.
Chelios leaning to James Black saying, "You can't be tired."
Yeah, there's lots of quips that go on like that. It's one of my favorites when somebody comes back after having been injured for a week or 2 weeks. John Daniels, you'll be well rested out there.
Right.
So we'll see who's well rested.
Right off the draw, the shot. Belfour made the save. Kennedy whacking, hacking. Still looking for that puck, but there's Jeremy Roenick. He's away with Amante and Dazek. Roenick weaving his way in and sends one through as Sandy McCarthy gives him a bump for good measure. Sheldon Kennedy steps across center and shoots it in. Flames send 2 men in. Belfour around the boards for Murray Craven. Patrick's there, but it comes out to center. Trent Yanni on it. Yanni turns in his own zone to Patrick and gets the return feed. Well, that's a dangerous play not to get it deep as Joe Murphy turns with it, but Patrick has them looking up in the seats, getting out of the way as that puck goes up for a souvenir with 6:32 to go in the second overtime. As we look at James Patrick, the Winnipeg native, who is part of the Suter deal from Hartford, who spent 10 seasons with the New York Rangers.
Yeah, he had a couple of real strange health problems to deal with. He had a stomach or a bowel infection, and he really changed the way that he eats and the way that he lives, and he says it's made a tremendous difference in his feeling. For the last few years, in fact, he was losing weight and just feeling terrible, and he took a bunch of things out of his diet, and it's made all the difference in the world to him.
Brent Sutter is gone for the night with an ankle injury, and he will not return. Chelios the shot. Oh! Through Tabaracci's legs, he got a piece of it and out the other side. A break for the Flames. Titov up with Fleury. Titov knocked down. Puck loose in the slot. Fleury taking a whack at Nichols, and Chelios on his way down is Kearney. Sends Nichols away. Got it in across the line. It's onside. Back to the goal it goes. Yanni tied up, so Fleury's there. Fleury rink wide for Jerome McGinley. Stopped by Chelios, then got it back in for Fleury, but it's offside with 5:54 to go in the second OT and a 1-1 tie.
Well, it doesn't matter how you stop him as long as you stop him. Tabaracci had this puck go through his pads and then out the other side. Chelios really leaned into this shot, found the 5-hole, and just squished out of the right side of Tabaracci's net.
And for the Blackhawks, that shot by Chelios on goal was only the Hawks' third of this second overtime, giving them 39 for the game. The Flames have had 8 at Ed Belfour to give them 48.
It's too bad Ron doesn't have Kelly Rudy with him. Kelly not involved in that game with Buffalo a few years ago, the long overtime game. The Islanders, I think LaFontaine scored after, actually, I forget how long ago.
You're not talking LaFontaine with the Caps. That one.
That's the one I'm talking about. Sorry about that. There you go. Yeah. Like I said, you're my stats man, Ken. Thank you.
Suter back in the net. I was working local news that night, and we came on the air at 2 in the morning with it. What a great game that was. That center knocked down. Albalin turning with it. Going up the boards. Nylander. Now it's Roenick scooting in. Passes into the slot. Nice play by Huscroft to knock that one down.
Well, good desperation play by Jamie Huscroft. Spreading out. Saw that Roenick was stuck for a pass.
Here's Sweeney moving in. Sweeney with Stern. He's hauled down, no call. As Stern was dumped on his way in. Cruz, side of the net. In front it comes, a bouncing puck. Cruz turning, Belfour down, and he'll hang on. As Stern was looking for that puck to squirt loose right on the periphery of the crease, but it never came.
where there comes a time where a penalty's got to be called, whether it's Calgary or Chicago. Geez, there's been lots of guys hauled down. Now the problem is that the rules have changed over the last 36 minutes, and it's tough now to make the adjustment. You be the judge here as there's a hook and then another grip or two. Belfour had to be sharp. This adds to the 8 total shots, Ken, that you had talked about. 4:35 remaining in the second overtime period.
And that's just what Mark Facette's telling Theoren Fleury now. They're having a conversation, and Theo's probably asking, and Craig Hartsburg's probably wondering, break this up. Theo Fleury saying, okay, you're not going to call that. I take it you're not going to call anything unless you're right in the crease for an open net. Chelios got it to Craven. Iginla bumps him. Patrick waiting for his teammates to get on side as he fires one in. Murphy picking up the loose puck. Iginla knocked down at center ice by Nichols. There's one that may have been called in the first period, but certainly not now. And Nichols knocked him down. As the Flames will just flip it out to center.
Remember I told you Bernie Nichols was a cagey, clever guy? Put out the old clothesline on Iginla and took him right to the ice.
15 seasons in the NHL. Nichols learned a few things. Here's Carney trying to split through. Gets one into Tabaracci, and he'll hang on. I like earlier Zalapsky trying to get back into the play. Bump with Ronnie Stern, more or less used him to push off. Give me a little bit extra speed going back the other way.
Well, that's a great trick. If you got two guys that are close together on the same team, you just put your stick on the other guy's rear end and take your speed and give it to him. As long as the guy is ready for it, he can catch up to the play in a minute.
Good drafting.
Look at right here in the middle of your screen. Bernie Nichols, whoops, gets his arm out. And Iginla wasn't ready for that sleight of hand. And Nichols, who is very innocent of that particular infraction, whether we have it on tape or not, carries on.
Iginla has a long way to go before piling up a lot of points, although he has 2 in these playoffs. Bernie Nichols, 104 points in 105 playoff games, 106 tonight. So pretty consistent performer is Bernie Nichols through the 15 years. Chason sets up back of the net. Zalapsky to his left. Let's use the right side with Denis Savard giving chase. Chason long shot in, but Sweeney jumped in ahead of the play, trying to anticipate getting that extra jump.
Chason can really shoot the puck. Weinrich knows that, and he tried to get his foot out of the way, but didn't get it lifted in time, and I think got it right on the top of the foot. Weinrich had a couple of strong shots of his own 2 days ago.
He's picked up from Hartford with Patrick Poulin for Steve Larmer and Brian Marchment was Eric Weinrich. You see a 3rd-round pick of the Devils all the way back in '85. Look at Zarley, Zalapsky, and Chason, and Sandy McCarthy on that Flames bench. .326 to go in this second overtime period. Huscroft ahead, right out of the air. Jocelyn Lemieux hasn't lost his eye-hand coordination. And he seals Chelios to the end boards. Savard to the line. That went off of Black. He's up with Chance and Savard. Nylander trying to work it in. Just got it to the hot line no further. Jeff Chance cleared it up. Chance has played a bit of family here tonight, watching him play. Duchess, Alberta. Sent in the zone, Belfour. They'll leave it there, and Carney with it. Flames changing. Fans, many of whom will be pretty tired tomorrow, urging on their team. Not nearly as tired as those playing, with just 2:35 to go in the second overtime. Lead feed for Ronnie Stern. Up with Sullivan, through his skates, and Eric Daze with it. Daze takes a look. That went off Amonte at center. Chason gets it ahead. Stern is all alone, then has it taken away by Roenick and Weinrich. To Jeremy Roenick. Turns away from a check at Cruz, now by Chason. Roenick across the line. Spinning and weaving and gets it into Amonte in front of the goal, but Chason is there, and he'll clear it to safety. Another icing indicated. As Suter touches it, 1:58 to go in period number 5.
Well, mental toughness is essential to success, and when you're into almost 2 full periods of overtime after a very physical and grueling 3 periods before that, you got to be tough mentally to keep going. A lot of the time it doesn't have a lot to do at this stage of the game with the physical side of the game, or the physical side of your being. More it's your mind and how tired you tell yourself you are or you're not.
If you look at the Blackhawks overtime record this season and all time, you'll see 2 ties. It was way back in the 30s when they played a total goal series back then, so that's why you see 2 ties on the Hawks overtime record. Strange to see that. Here's Titov. Couldn't get it from his skate to his stick. Now he does. Nice move inside the line. Getting it to Iginla. On his backhand, leaves it to Fleury. Now face to the net. His shot deflected off Chelios to Iginla. Gets it to Titov. Chelios on him. Titov, good work to come out of the corner, giving it to Fleury. Fleury takes a bump from Carney, who got that puck, and it came out, and Nichols will feed it ahead. Icing waved off as Trent Yanni is back. Raven up with a forecheck. Both the Hawks and Flames as the shifts become shorter and shorter. Make changes. Fleury knocked it ahead, but Sweeney couldn't get anywhere. Then Yanni back to the Hawk line. Weinrich. Deflected by Shantz. James Black moving in. Tabaracci. Got it to the line, not out. Suter held it in. Tabaracci will settle that puck. Salapsky off the boards and out. Here you see the time left in this second overtime period. So Flames Lemieux tells Nylander to move up. He backs off. This will be icing. So we'll have a very big face-off coming back in the Hawk zone with 32.8 seconds left in the second overtime period. The Flames now with 50 shots on goal to Chicago's 41.
Now this game went into overtime off a big face-off at the other end of the rink, and that was almost 40 minutes ago.
Not even longer than that. Oh, playing time, yes. Missing a good hour and a half ago now.
Ken, I only talk hockey time. Okay? Any time of the day we're talking hockey time.
That's why when you say you'll be over in 20 minutes, it takes you an hour. I see.
Touche.
Chelios to Roenick. Up for Chelios to Amonte. Feeding it through. That was picked off. T-top to Fleury. Theron Fleury 1 against 2. Lost control of the puck. Elbeling with it. Carney. To Chelios. Takes a look at that clock. Back for Carney. Hawks quite content as Fleury bumps Roenick. He's quite content to lay on the body too. Well, we'll play a little bit more.
All right, get off the couch, get up, put another pot of coffee on, because this game might go a while yet. Even though it's been strong defensively, there have been a couple of great scoring opportunities in each of the last 2 overtime periods. I'm not sure how we're going to decide this one. It might have to be last shot wins.
Could be. We've had 50 by the Flames, 41 by Chicago. Theron Fleury at the end of the second overtime period had 6 shots on goal, and he was the leader for Calgary coming into play tonight. So we've played 100 minutes. Nothing decided yet. The Flames and Hawks tied up at 1.
Put pucks at the net. The bad news is here, the puck got through Tabaracci. The good news is it didn't go in the net. Calgary has been humming around Balfour a little bit as well. Perhaps a little more sustained pressure down in the Hawks end. But you got to watch for the Hawks coming out with uneven man attacks. Lots of bouncing pucks, and as I said, you start to get into the end of the first and second and now third overtime, the plays are not going to be pretty. Regardless of how good your conditioning is, a game this long starts to wear on you mentally and physically. Chelios is sneaking up on having played a full 60 minutes. Depending on how long this period goes, he'll surpass that. Gary Suter has been catching Chelios. There was a wider margin after
regulation time ended, but Suter has played a lot in the last 2 periods.
Well, Gary Suter had been part of the previous longest Calgary Flames overtime, as were you, back in 1989. And for the Chicago Blackhawks, if we get through 13 minutes and 50 seconds of this overtime period, it'll then be the longest ever for the Chicago Blackhawks. Their previous longest way back in 1931 against the Montreal Canadiens.
It's over 60 years.
A long time ago.
Well, there's the second overtime shots. We've gone to a second score sheet here as well. Chicago outshot by 2-1. Calgary favoring that number. 10-5 for an even 50-41 for the Hawks. How long can it go?
Well, at some point we'll find out. Mike Sullivan at center against Jeremy Roenick. Our 6th period, our 3rd overtime is underway. We have, this will be doubleheader hockey. All in one. Side of the goal, Tabaracci knocked it away. And up the boards comes Cruz. Long shot. Off the high glass behind Belfour. Stern couldn't settle it. Roenick will get it ahead to Dozek. Ice is fresh. They'll be going now early on. Trying to end this thing. Tabaracci. Jason takes it. Up for Ronnie Stern. He'll flip one ahead and up out of play. Boy, this crowd obviously is really thinned out from the 16-2 that began.
Well, the legs are getting a little stiff now. You're not quite as quick, even though you think you are. That's why mentally you have to be a little bit sharper and not take a chance where you can't get yourself back into the play. It's funny how when the game goes this long, just talking to Bob Pulford and to Al Coates, independent of each other, both guys having a laugh and a snicker at the length of the game because it has gone so long. A couple of comments up here. One was about the concern for people in the private boxes. If they've had enough Molson product in there over the last 5 hours, it might be tough to get them home.
That's true. Hopefully they have a designated driver. The boards to the line. Carney held it in. Puck bounces up high. Nichols went to knock it down. Iginla sends it ahead. How much hockey has Iginla played the past few weeks? Fleury drops it back. That goes up into the seats. What did he play? About 12 games and 11 games in 16 days when he played the other game. And now he's playing 2 here tonight, actually. Iginla must be one tired fella by now. And playing against big men here in the National Hockey League.
Now, that's one of the differences that he'll find. His mom's having another cup of coffee.
She hasn't left.
She's ready for a long game.
Jerome Iginla signing that $2.5 million US 3-year deal with a $500,000 signing bonus. I mentioned earlier, Brian Berard's going to be looking at that, saying thank you as he works out his deal. Suter sends it up the near boards and down to the Calgary line. Tommy Albelin ahead for Jocelyn Lemieux, up with Nylander. Knocked down at the Chicago line. Nylander whacks at it and gets it in. Weinrich around the near boards. Huskrop bumped into Probert. Carrying on though with Suter. A quick pass for Jeff Chance. Chance taken down to the ice. Sweeney had nowhere to go as Probert blocked his path now, and a good move leaves it for Huskrop. Take everything up the boards now if you can, and back into the Chicago zone. Flames make a change. Only Nylander up on the forecheck. Suter tipping it ahead for Bob Probert. Brent Sutter out of this hockey game with a sore ankle. He limped off in the last overtime period. He won't be back. Bob Probert carries into the zone, being hooked by Nylander, who now goes after the puck. Savard mixing it up with Solapsky. Flames clear and Chelios to Gary Suter. Suter rifling one in. Tabaracci makes that save, and he'll hang on. And boy, the goalies with that equipment so heavy. A
Well, lots of guys in between periods. Ken will take and dry this stuff out, get the gloves dried out. Lots of hair dryers going, fans going. Put on a fresh pair of underwear so it's nice and dry. Tony Amati jumps out of nowhere. Tabaracci has to cover up quickly. You start to go to very, very short shifts, lots of line changes. You might even look to lengthen your bench depending on what your opposition's doing. If you think you got some guys that are rested, look for some of their guys that might be taxed.
Tony Amante on the left wing with Jeremy Roenick. Teammate of Roenick for 2 seasons in high school in the Boston area, the prep school there. And then Amante, a 3rd-round pick of the New York Rangers in '88. Things were going well there until he said Mike Keenan stripped him of all his confidence early in the 93-94 season. Traded for Ryan Noonan and Stefan Matteau, and here he is playing a big role for the Hawks, although of course he missed out on a Stanley Cup with the Rangers. Hoping maybe Chicago can get him there as Chelio sends one in. Off the glass up high, waiting for it to come down is Carney. Dean Evison though, knocked it past him but not in deep. Tabaracci will play it. Off the boards himself. Stern couldn't get it at center. Daze feeds it in. Roenick. Nice feed for Amante, although the back checking of Stern prevented him from going anywhere. Stern getting that puck in. Sullivan up on the prowl. Daze. He goes into the corner and he'll backhand one to center. Zalapski with it. Punches that puck away from Roenick. Zalapski with a quick feed for Theoren Fleury. Fleury toward the goal, and Cruz just missed the deflection. To Fleury again, a shot, and Belfour stopped that. Quick shot by Theoren Fleury. Here's Nichols to Chelios. Says offside is Joe Murphy as he and Theoren Fleury mix it up on the way into the Calgary zone. With 16:31 to go in this 3rd overtime period.
Well, you gotta love Chelios. He's played over 55 minutes now, and here he is jumping up the ice to lead the rush. Fleury with a good chance here. Belfour once again in the butterfly in excellent position, keeps the puck out. Another look at it. That side slot is such a dangerous area to stand. Lots of guys get in front of the net. You know what? You're a lot better to be off at the face-off dots and move between those two. A lot easier for a guy to pass to you. You get right in front of the net. It's tough to put it on the tape because you have to take that many more steps outside to get the angle.
Theoren Fleury at center. 3 points these playoffs, give him 62 in career playoffs. 3rd all time on the Flames, 1 up on Joe Otto, trailing Al McInnes and Paul Reinhart. This will be another icing call as Weinrich takes it, bump from Fleury. Ray Scampanello between the two, and the face-off will come back into the Calgary zone one more time as Rick Tabaracci adjusts his equipment. .16:17 to go in our 6th period. Flames held 2 video sessions yesterday to Pierre Pagé. One went through the mistakes in the morning, and many of the writers, of course, here in the city were saying it must have lasted 4 hours. It could have. But then the positive things in the evening, and they stressed defense first, and, well, they must have been listening.
Yeah, this game has been a real turnaround from the first 3.
James Patrick. They'll play it to center. There's Chelios again. Carney around the boards far side, but offside, says Ron Hasseltine, so we'll do it again in center ice area. Bernie Nichols didn't like the call one bit.
Chicago's had a fairly consistent year, month to month. A couple a little bit better than some others, but Calgary's year has really been turbulent, not unlike this playoff series where at the start of the year, nothing at all was going right. They didn't win a game in their first 10. Things started to get better. The addition of Gary Roberts certainly was a moral boost as well as in the other type.
Second half of the season, Calgary 22, 15, and 4. Yep, remarkable turnaround. Sandy McCarthy hit by Keith Carney. Comes Joe Murphy. Go with those legs. Murphy and across the line. Turns back. Flipping one through for Nichols as Murphy was dumped by McCarthy. Nichols rinked wide to Chelios. Back to Bernie Nichols. Nichols center through the crease. Murphy couldn't get it. Chelios does. He shoots. That's blocked in front. Chelios on it again against Evason. Patrick tying up Craven. Flames don't want that puck squirting loose and would like a whistle in their own zone. Will get one. Now it does come loose. Into the slot. Sandy McCarthy's there and turns in front of Tabarachi. McCarthy away to the very tired back check as McCarthy went down. He was dumped by Nichols and the fans all over. Mark Facette wanted a call there. Have a point, but we are into our third overtime. And that wasn't in close enough to negate a great scoring opportunity, and that's sort of the way it goes. Bob Sweeney getting it ahead for Lemieux to McCarthy. Into the right wing corner. Huscroft giving chase. Back of the goal, Lemieux. Can't get it away from Savard, and Gary Suter turns. Lemieux stays on him. Savard leaving it for Weinrich. Nylander up on the forecheck. James Black. He'll fire one to the line. That hit Albeline up high, and quickly the whistle goes as Tommy Albeline. Good thing he's wearing that shield. That shot came up quickly. 14:26 to go in our third overtime period.
Theron Fleury went back to wearing a shield after he got a puck in the eye on the bench in Winnipeg. One of his own players was clearing the puck, and it came over and caught him right in the socket. Masks are a very useful piece of equipment when necessary, and Fleury is going to leave his on. He's too used to getting elbows and everything else in the face, and that makes a big difference now. McCarthy almost got through here. Watch him stick his leg out as he goes by Ed Balfour right there to drag Balfour down. All kinds of little tricks going on the ice. And I think over 6 periods guys would run out of it, but you never do.
No, you always find a way. Jamie Huscroft took a high stick from Denny Savard. He looked back at Ray Scapinella to see if he saw it. Huscroft's smarting a bit as the whistle goes.
Real solid competitor Huscroft is. Not pretty in a lot of ways, but boy, has he been a welcome addition to the Calgary Flames this year. Signed as a free agent out of Boston. Plays a simple game, moves the puck quickly, and is there at every turn to compete. Savard gets the stick up on him and catches him in the chin or thereabouts.
Huscroft was a +14 in 70 games played this season, and a bout with pneumonia. Also played with New Jersey previously in his NHL career. Tony Amade turns it to Gary Suter. Amade shot. That went high and wide and off the back of the net. Tabarachi holds on as we have played just over 6 minutes of our third overtime period, tied 1-1. Greg Hartsburg wondering if this thing keeps going the way it is. Maybe we'll have to take a later flight back to Chicago. Where Paget just wants the opportunity to get there.
That's right. Paget making sure that he's got some pretty good skaters on out there against Amante and Roenick right now. You want to make sure that these guys are fresh. Sheldon Kennedy and Dean Evison coming out. Kennedy with real good wheels. You get Roenick and Amante jumping, you want somebody that can keep up with them. And it's much more crucial when you get into overtime.
Roenick on this draw against Dean Evison, who twice this season cleared waivers, and on a night like this, the Flames glad no one took him. Zalapski ahead for Sandy McCarthy. Eric Weinrich bumped by Evison. McCarthy picked up that puck, but there's Weinrich to skate it out. Got it to center. Kennedy had to turn back as McCarthy was still inside the zone. Now Chason will get it ahead. That's knocked down though by Amante. Up with Dazek. Pass to him, but Evison back to cover and sent down the ice right on Ed Balfour. Long shot by Chason, and you know what? At this stage, you never know. Shoot it from anywhere. Suter took a bump. Gets it to Roenick. He couldn't get past Zalapski. Jerome Iginla up for Sandy McCarthy. He fell. from his knees, waits. Hawks all turn back, now gives it to Iginla with room. Has McCarthy bump Suter. Titoff through. Oh, and the puck just didn't squirt through to Iginla. Suter got hit big time by McCarthy at the line. Now coming out with it is Iginla to Fleury. Pile up in front of the Chicago goal as the Hawks get it up. Nichols to Murphy. Take the shot on Yanni. Now to Nichols. He fan on the one-timer and Fleury's away the other way with Iginla. 4 Hawks back. Long shot. Belfour the easy save as Chelios turns. Fleury, Titoff, Iginla head to the bench. Flames change. That pass just off Nichols' stick. Cavaracci out to hang on. 12-14 to go. Third overtime period. 1-1. And where's Tom Harrington?
All right, Ken, there are a lot of empty seats at the Saddle Dome. We're at 10-1, but these two folks haven't left. This is Warren and Madeline Hake. Great hockey fans. Warren, what do you think about the game?
Very exciting game. Can't leave it. We have to stay till it's over.
Who's impressed you out there tonight?
Oh, this new kid, number 24, Gilma. He's really good.
Now, do you got to work tomorrow?
Oh, I don't have to work tomorrow.
How about you, Madeline?
I have to work tomorrow.
You stay?
Retired.
Are you going to be able to stay?
Yes, yes.
Enjoy. Hi, guys.
Well, we're all enjoying this one, Tom. Bob Sweeney and Jeff Shantz. Ron Asseltine wants him to line up properly, and now we'll clear both out. Yeah, Don Cherry showing us the other evening as we look at Gary Suter and his wound, how the officials slow up the game even more when they just won't drop that puck. Continually throwing them out. Into the slot, comes through, Shantz from his knees. Luck to put it home. That was reminiscent of Mike Krushelnyski in lengthy overtime. Well, a few years back. James Black along the boards. Lemieux. He couldn't work a trace of art. Looking to steal the puck. Shantz dumped in front. Albelin makes sure he stays down. It can be Trip City out there now. Sent in by Huscroft. He heads to the bench with Albelin. James Black is run by Jocelyn Lemieux. Lemieux has it. Back behind the goal for Sweeney. Zalapski creeping in. Sweeney to Lemieux. That shot hit a leg. That comes to the near side. Kept in by Zalapski. Too far for Nylander. Chelios with Nylander on him. Nylander takes the hit and comes up with the puck. But Chelios stays with him. Knocks him to the ice. Zalapski in deep. Sullivan into the slot. Chelios being held up by Nylander. Sent through. Near side. Zalapski over there. Black bumps him. Behind the goal it goes. Too far for Cruz as Chelios will relieve the pressure and send it down the ice. Faceoff will come back 200 feet into Chicago territory. 10:57 left in this third overtime period. I was just kidding earlier when I said Caps and Islanders, you know, some 2 hours ago.
Well, I'll tell you what, it would take more than a misdemeanor to get a penalty now. This has been going on for the last couple of periods. Chelios doing his best impersonation of a hog tie as he wrestles Michael Nylander to the ice and then ropes him up. Well, Fawcett has gone far enough now that unless you commit some degree of manslaughter, you're probably not going to find your way to the penalty box.
Jeremy Roenick on this draw against Mike Sullivan, who wins it. Back to the point, chase on, shooting. Belfour kid, now he finds it. Crowd in front for a moment. Belfour lost it, and he was able to stop it though and hang on.
Well, the puck gets back to the point. Belfour gets the left pad out. Lots of grit there to keep Ron Stern to the outside so that Belfour can corral it.
Here's Eric Weinrich, who's logged a fair bit of ice time himself tonight. To Suter. Quickly out the center, and just as fast, Zalapski turns it back to Cruz. And look out! Up there in the seats, keep your wits about you, even at this late hour. 5-1 Calgary time, because those pucks are coming fast and furious. Don't be talking to the person next to you, saying how tired you are. You never know.
They can't get it this side. Well, a quick run down the Chicago bench. Chicago's gone to 5 defensemen at the most. Ciccone has not seen the ice here for a while. As you mentioned, Sutter hurt his ankle and he's out. Hartsburg, I think, has been quicker to shorten his bench in this overtime than Pierre Pagé, and because of the length of this overtime, it may bode well for the Calgary Flames.
Here's McCarthy. Has it stripped off his stick by Roenick. Chason will send a long one in. McCarthy going in after it. Just cleared down the ice by Chicago. A race for this puck. The speedy Tony Amonte. And beaten to it by an equally quick on that play, Steve Chason. Craig Hartsburg saying, hey, they touched it at the same time. That shouldn't be icing, but later today in Alberta, and let's see, in about 5 minutes, it'll be tomorrow. Out in BC, we'll have the Panthers and Bruins. Eastern quarterfinal game 3 from the Fleet Center at 4:30 Pacific time, 5:30 Mountain. Game number 3 only. Ron made the point earlier. This series could be done if Chicago comes through with a goal here, and they're only going into game 3.
Well, I guess if Chicago did score now, would it still be a 4-game sweep?
Be a little longer than that. I guess it'll be a 5-game sweep.
I gotta get to the rule book.
Yeah. And of course, as we mentioned, the Hawks up 3-0 in a series have never lost in their 10 tries.
And they still haven't.
Yeah, still haven't. Hey, that's right. When you played here, how's the ice at the Saddle Dome? Is it good? Does it withstand this many hours in the heat?
Sure.
Good ice here?
New plant. They've
Chelios hitting it around the boards. And no icing as Trent Yanni goes back for it. Yanni in his 8th NHL season gave it up in front of the net. Scores! Joe Murphy! The Hawks complete the sweep.
Well, we said it wasn't going to be a pretty goal. Ken, and it's not.
The Chicago Blackhawks have done it again. 11 times they've been in a position to sweep, and they've done it. And for the Calgary Flames, it was a 7-year itch that the Flames have failed to scratch. Still no playoff success since '89, their cup win. As the Hawks, Joe Murphy is the hero here tonight, and here's how it happened.
Well, a pretty good forecheck by Murray Craven and a lost puck right after you had asked about ice conditions. Ken, the puck bounced off of Yanni's stick. And Murphy, who was around the net as much as anybody in overtime, was Johnny on the spot and able to slip it behind Tabarachi.
So Joe Murphy gets the goal from Murray Craven at 10:02 of the 3rd overtime period for the Calgary Flames. It's the 5th time this decade they've been eliminated in overtime. And considering how this season began, Rick Tabarachi, what an outstanding game.
Well, anytime you lose in the playoffs, Ken, there's the rundown since 1990. Anytime you lose in the playoffs and you lose in 3 or 4 straight, and there's always different questions that get called upon as concerned character and those sorts of things. And boy, when you see an overtime contest like this, there's not much doubt that both teams competed, but particularly the Calgary Flames coming back in a real tough situation found a way to raise the level of their game. Rick Tabarachi coming in a tough situation as well, back and forth between he and Trevor Kidd, and this guy was absolutely outstanding, and really unfortunate that 8 seconds snuck up on him and gave Chicago a chance to sweep the series, and to their credit, they took it and swept it.
Final shots on goal. The Hawks had 43 at Rick Tabaracci. The Flames 56 at Ed Belfour. Here's another look at the goal by Joe Murphy. 70 minutes and 2 seconds as we watch the Hawk reaction on the bench. Craig Hartsburg saying, hey, we got a week off. We're moving on. A 4-game sweep of the Calgary Flames. The final score here at the Saddledome, the Chicago Blackhawks 2, the Calgary Flames 1.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Brought to you by Molson Canadian.
Sixth longest OT of the last 50 years. Rick Tabaracci, heroic in the Calgary Nets, the #1 star. Joe Murphy's 4th playoff overtime winner, and Eddie Belfour, star #3. 55 saves for Eddie Belfour. Quite an effort. So Chicago sweeps the series with a 2-1 OT win, and there's the winning coach with Tom Harrington. Tom?
All right, Ron, I'm with Craig Hartsburg, who looks as spent as one of his players. Coach, how you doing?
I'm glad that's over. That's all I can say. I know the players, both teams. I've never been in a game like that as a player, as a coach, that they showed their heart and character, both teams. It was unbelievable.
Particularly tonight, the players who stood out in your mind for your club.
Well, everybody. I thought, you know, right down to that last 8 seconds, I thought that we had to battle for everything. And, you know, if Jeremy doesn't go to the net there, then this is over a long time ago. But he went to the net, we end up tying it. But every guy in our team gave it their all. And I got to give Calgary a lot of credit. Being down 3-0 and playing that hard was, it's a credit to them and a credit to Pierre Pagé.
One of the stars you had in your series was definitely Joe Murphy. You scored a couple of big goals in Game 1, and it gets the winner tonight. Here's a look at it. Tell me about Joe as a sniper around the net.
Well, Murph is he's a gifted goal scorer, and he's been telling me all year that playoffs are his time, and he's proven it right now.
Tell me about at the end of the third period, you got the tying goal. When you go into an intermission, what do you tell the players? Do you feel you had the momentum at that point? Well,
we did, and we felt that the best thing for us to do at that point is just keep throwing her at the net and keep going after them. And when most times these overtimes end in the first 5 to 7 minutes, and we didn't know we'd be here this long.
Eddie Belfour, 55 saves in this one tonight, as steady as she comes. Tell me about coaching this guy and working with him.
Well, he's an unbelievable athlete, and he's got such dedication, and his work habits are unbelievable, and that's I think that's what sets Ed Belfour apart from a lot of other goaltenders in this league.
You have a layover now, a little bit of a break. How is that going to help your club?
We're going to need it after tonight. I think we're going to need about 9 days off, so I don't know what exactly the schedule is, but I think we're going to get at least a week, so it'll be a welcomed.
Craig Hartsburg, congratulations.
Thank you.
Chicago Blackhawks sweeping the Calgary Flames in 4 straight. The Flames losing in overtime for the 3rd year in a row to be eliminated in the first round. Ron, back to you in Toronto.
Tom, thanks a lot, and congratulations to Craig. There's a rookie coach celebrating his first playoff series victory, and E.J. McGuire's following the same path with a great run at Guelph. And as you say, this is really big for the Blackhawks because Detroit, Colorado are obviously top 2 teams in the West. This gives Chicago, who play a very tough game with 4 defense most of the way, a much-needed rest. Later today, we made it to the 24th of April everywhere in the country. Florida, Boston will be seen nationwide. Kelly Rudy, who was involved in one of these, joins us for that. So join us at the Fleet Center to see the Florida Panthers up 2 games to none against Steve Kasper's Bruins, 5:30 and 4:30. For all of us, thanks for watching tonight, and good night.
CBC Sports, Canada's Olympic Network.